Live. What's good? What's good? It is WrestleMania weekend. I botched the thumbnail already. I had the time set for 11 p.m. People thought that they had a long time before I was about to go live, and I meant to put 11 a.m. and I had to run out the house real quick, so I'm still 12 minutes late. With all that being said, I wanted to just get on here quickly. Well, not really quickly, but it's been a while. My stream time is reset, and it's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy week, and we got our first viewer of the day on this fine, beautiful WrestleMania morning. Still here on the West Coast, right before noontime. We got Mike Rouse in the chat. First, put that one up in the chat. Give yourself a pat on the back, Barry Horowitz style. Mike Rouse, how you doing, my man? I appreciate you having the notifications turned on, brother. Appreciate that so much. Hope you're doing well. We've got a shitload of wrestling content to get through for the next number of days, starting with last night. My ass is beat, dude. Um, I've had a long, hard week. Um, it's been an emotional week. It's been a week that was a long time in coming. Yeah, there were some reasons for me not being in JD's chat, and I don't know. Uh, I don't know if I'll be in JD's chat as much as I used to be in the future, and there's a number of reasons for that, but gonna have to play that one by ear for the next week or so. Um, I clearly did not. I wanted to have my stream, like my content, my channel up and ready to roll by this weekend. And things, unforeseen circumstances, things out of my control, just life in general, things happened and I wasn't able to make that happen. And I'm pretty down on myself about it, especially now that today is WrestleMania week or weekend and, we're hours away from the show. But it's sometimes you just got to roll with the punches life gives you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about certain things. And I've got a real problem trying being able to accept things, the way they are. And I'm learning. I'm trying to get better every day. I'm a good few weeks into my new diet regimen, which is basically consisting of grilled chicken, spinach, broccoli, strawberries and blueberries, oats, and you just grind that up into the blender. Throw a little almond milk on it and some coconut yogurt, and you drink it. It's like a smoothie, but I'm not adding sugar to it, and it's tough. It's tough to do that every day when you just want to eat the way you've always eaten, whatever you feel like eating, whenever you want to eat it. And I can't do that anymore. And so this last month and a half has been, I've lost hella weight. I've been hella sick. It's just been a rough month. And all that I had to face this week on top of it was not ideal. But I think sometimes life, God, your high, whatever your higher power is, I think everybody gets challenges in life, a lot of times at the worst timing possible. And I think you have to change the way you look at it. Um, Everybody, myself, I guess I won't say everybody, because I don't want to speak for anybody else. But for me, when life throws me problems at the most inopportune times, I tend to do what a lot of people do and just, oh, like this couldn't be a worse time. Why did this happen now? If this could have just waited, like, yada yada yada, so many months, whatever have you, type of deal. And I think this last week, for the first time in my life, I was able to kind of see it in a different light. And so many just crazy little things as the week progressed were happening that just let me know that everything that I went through this week was meant to be. And instead of looking at it as a negative, I'm coming into this WrestleMania weekend now that the week is done and over and all that stuff is behind me. I see it as a gift now. It was a test, I think, thrown not only to me but my dad. I haven't seen my dad in many years, and I was very apprehensive. I miss him a lot, and we haven't had the closest relationship, but I don't know how many more times I'm going to get to see my dad in life, and I didn't want this trip to end like so many other visits with him and I ended, with one of us, both of us being pissed off and one of us saying fucked up shit to the other one, and you waking up the next day with a bunch of regret and feeling like shit, and like, a lot of times you look back on those moments and you're like, why did that even need to happen? It was unnecessary. So I wanted to make the most of this trip because we had, shout out to my dad, by the way. He flew from Mexico. He flew up here, and he's going to be 73 in December. So he's no spring chicken, but um, being that I haven't seen him for a few years, when we FaceTime, he's looking like he's getting a little older to me since the last time I seen him. But when I saw him in person, he looked every bit as good as I remember. For being 73, he's not got many gray. I mean, he's got some gray hairs, but very little gray hair. His sideburns are a little white, but like my beard is probably whiter than his. And I thought, he might be a little bit more like loose skin, kind of like loss of muscle mass, kind of like sunken in a little, like showing the signs of aging. And he wasn't. When he gave me a hug goodbye last night, he felt like I remember him always feeling in my arms. He's still the same thickness. He still felt strong and sturdy when I hugged him. And for being 73, he's doing really, he's got his health issues, like a lot of people that age do with their skin stuff, and his eyes are going bad, and that kind of shit. But for from a physical strength standpoint, he still feels and looks like my dad. So I was greatly relieved by that. And he put his nose to the grindstone, and he busted his ass for, how long was he here for? A full week, a couple days longer. He worked his ass off every day, sometimes 12 hours a day, to help me go through my mom's estate and get all of her things taken care of, getting that storage unit out from underneath out from my life forever. That financial burden is now gone, uh, thankfully. There were so many little signs around us all week that my mom was watching over us. It was absolutely crazy. I couldn't believe it. It was overall a great week. Sorry for the long ramble, but I haven't been on here in a while, and a lot's been happening, so I kind of got a lot to get out of me. But it was a good week, and I feel like the way it all ended, there were some hiccups along the way. Me and my dad aren't the closest, and it's pretty easy for us to get chippy with one another. And a couple of days on his trip here, 2 days in a row, particularly, I think it was like Tuesday and Wednesday, we were pretty chippy with each other, and I take the blame for that because my gallstone pain was at like a 9, and we had to bust our ass for 12 hours of both of those days to move a lot of shit, and a lot of stuff we moved consisted of moving messes from one place, from the storage unit to my apartment, and then from my apartment, to it was just like shell game, moving stuff all around to get rid of certain things and go through shit and figure out what I was keeping. And um, so on these 2 days, I was in extreme physical pain with my back, and I couldn't even think straight. So I was very short tempered and had no patience. And we got chippy with each other a couple of times. And to my dad's credit, I could tell he really was trying to, like, normally, I feel like had my dad still lived here and it was like normal times, the the chippiness that we had with each other Tuesday and Wednesday would have ended up way more toxic. And I think we both understood the magnitude of his visit here and that we needed to get this done and that we don't know how many more times we'll see each other. Um, just given his age and how hard it is to travel nowadays with like the prices of things and whatnot. Um, so there's long periods of time where we go without seeing each other, and I think we understood that in those moments of chippiness, and I think for myself, it allowed me to do something I'm not usually normally known for doing, and that's biting my tongue. And my dad also, I could tell, made an extreme effort to, when we got chippy with each other, we didn't take it past a certain point, and we were able to get everything done that we needed done. Yesterday, we kind of finished uh, doing as much as he could do before he had to fly back home this morning. And yesterday, the way it ended and everything was, I'm gonna try not to get emotional here. Thank goodness I'm wearing sunnies. But yesterday, I was a day that I never thought. Yesterday was a day that I never thought I would get with my father ever. And I grew up feeling some type of way about professional wrestling because of my dad, and I fell in love with it immediately. And my dad's comments about it, I've talked many times on here about how my dad didn't like wrestling whatsoever, and my dad was a big football guy, and he always saw football as the real sport, and guys are really beating each other's ass, and he didn't. I was able to tell him last night, you always looked at professional wrestling in the wrong light. You always looked at professional wrestling through the lens of it being portrayed as a professional sport. I said, what you should have been doing is looking at it like you went and saw like an Andrew Lloyd Webber play, like Phantom of the Opera or something. That's what professional wrestling is. These are athletic actors and actresses. They have their lines and they go out, and they wear their costumes, they go out and they perform to the audience. Only their performance includes being athletic and doing athletic moves and physical activity. Um, I said, if you were able to see professional wrestling as a play more than as a sport, I said maybe you wouldn't have been so hard on it. My dad did nothing but talk shit about professional wrestling as a kid. When I was a kid, and I felt like he was so adamant on me learning football, on me learning tennis, on me learning basketball, and how the sports worked and how the rules were and the scoring and this and that, and how you're supposed to swing a tennis racket perfectly and how you're supposed to shoot the perfect free throw and how you're supposed to throw the perfect spiral. And he would just drill me and drill me and drill me and drill me. And a lot of times I didn't want to do that. And I felt like if it made me closer to my dad, then so be it. I'll do it. And so as I got older, especially in the teen years, I would look back on those younger years of him putting me through that, and I started to get resentful. I was resentful because I felt like, hey, I went through the ringer, doing a lot of shit I didn't necessarily want to do for you because you were my father and you wanted, you probably dreamt of teaching your son all these things and stuff, and I wanted I wanted you to have that, you know, and I where my resentment came was because he would not watch wrestling with me. He didn't want to have anything to do with professional wrestling. So I grew a resentment towards him, that I've carried since I was before 10 years, probably before 10 years old. I've carried this with me for decades. He would make comments like wrestling is for white trash, wrestling is for retarded people. Because every time he happened to walk by when I would be watching wrestling, he would see it on the TV, and that he would have they would happen to the camera would show some kid in the crowd, and a lot of times the kids in the crowd back in the 80s that they showed on TV had some sort of physical limitation. So my dad had it in his head that wrestling was for a specific group of people that were quote unquote maybe. Now my dad has never been a discriminatory person, so he doesn't look down on people with learning disabilities or physical disabilities, or if let's say somebody has like Down syndrome. My dad doesn't look down on people like that, but for whatever reason, every time he happened to put his eyes on pro wrestling, this is what he would notice. So he got this idea in his head of what wrestling was being marketed to. It was completely wrong. And the more he shitted on wrestling to me as I grew up, the more I clung to wrestling. And I got so angry over the years because it was like I went through all the bullshit you put me through with learning how to play football, learning how to play tennis, learning how to play baseball, learning how to play basketball, like every fucking US major sport. Um and I did that for him. Why couldn't he watch wrestle, like sit down and watch a Raw with me, or why couldn't he take me to a WWE show when they came to town or whatever? He would take me to stuff like Monster Jam, and we would do stuff as when I was a kid. It's not like he didn't do anything with me, so I'd be like, why can't we, why won't you take me to a wrestling show? Anyways, fast forward all these years later to yesterday, and I had it in my head a long fucking time ago that me and my dad and pro wrestling were never going to be a thing. And I gave credit to my dad in these last 5 or so years since COVID. He's brought up wrestling to me a number of times, whether he sees it on social media or hears about it somehow, or if something big happens and it makes the major airwaves, where the whole world's talking about it, and he'll message me and he'll be like, "Oh, I saw so and so, like I saw The Rock was doing this, or such and such is going on in wrestling right now, that or whatever." And so I think he's made more of a concerted effort to talk about wrestling with me. Now, before last night, he still didn't have a clue that I've been carrying this this baggage with me for 30 plus years, um, that stems back to my early childhood. And what's crazy was, as we were finishing up going through my mom's stuff, he asked me out of the clear blue yesterday afternoon, what time is your he said, "What time is your wrestling game on or whatever?" And I said, "What?" I said, "No, no, no." I said, "It's WrestleMania weekend." Like, I said, "SmackDown's on, the Hall of Fame." Um, and then it goes from there. I was like, "We've got gajillions of hours of wrestling for the next like 5 fucking days." And I said, "But it starts tonight at 5 o'clock." And he goes, "Now normally when my dad's been here, he's been here all day, and then in the evening, I'll take him back to his hotel and just drop him off and let him get his rest, and then he's back here in the morning." But he says yesterday, "Why don't when you take me back to the hotel, why don't you just we'll stop at the grocery store, and grab some snacks or whatever, and you can hang out for a little bit." And I was like, okay." And at this point, I'm thinking, and he's like, "I'll watch SmackDown with you or whatever." Now, and at this point, my dad still has no idea that I've carried around this. I mean, it's almost like I wasn't even carrying it anymore for the last 20 or so years. I made up my mind a long time ago that me and my dad in professional wrestling was not going to be a thing. So I never thought I'd ever get that day. It was just like when you believe something ain't ever going to happen, you just learn to move on from it. You learn to put it out of your mind, and it's not, it's neither here nor there, right? So um, when he said, when you drop me off at the hotel, he's like, "Just hang out for a bit and we'll watch wrestling." I mean, I almost didn't. I almost thought he was speaking a foreign language. And so we go to the grocery store, I go to the hotel, and I swear to God, I almost had an out of body experience. I was just sitting there at the edge of his bed, and he's packing his stuff, getting ready for his flight home in the morning. And SmackDown's on, and I think at the time it was the women's segment, and I just kind of thought to myself like, this ain't really happening. Like I didn't even believe it, and then I don't know. It was a night. Uh, I told my sister earlier this week. I had messaged her. I'm so mad that Dad can't stay just a few days longer. I was like, I've always wanted to watch WrestleMania with him so bad, and the fact that he left this morning, which is day one of WrestleMania this evening, and it's like I missed that window just by a few hours, and it was like, oh, fuck. And last night when he said drop me off at the hotel, I'll watch wrestling with you. I thought it's not WrestleMania, but fuck, man, you got to take a even if something's not exactly the way you envisioned it or whatever. The fact that he even just said that out of his mouth was like, you know what? It's SmackDown, but it's the SmackDown before Mania. I'm sure it's going to be a good show. I'll take it. And we watched SmackDown. That's the first time in my life I ever watched wrestling with my father, and I texted him while he was at the airport this morning. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to do this without getting too emotional. I texted him. It was last night actually. Before he fell asleep, I texted him that last night was like a bucket list moment for me. I said, I don't know if you know this, but I've been wanting to watch wrestling with you my entire life. And I've carried hella resentment towards you for that, for a really long time. When my mom passed away 4 years ago, I hadn't felt her presence since she left. I've been looking for signs from her, waiting to see her in a dream, anything, and I haven't had it. I've had so many friends come to me and tell me I've had so many dreams about your mom since she's died. My sister, my cousins, my dad even says about once or twice a week, and they haven't been married in 30 years. He says once or twice a week I have a dream about your mom. And so for the last 4 years, I'm like, why the fuck am I not having dreams about her? Why haven't I felt her presence or seen signs that that let me know that she's watching over me? And all week long, man, all week long, so many little things. I'm just like, I swear to God, if this feels like my mom is watching over us. And last night, I felt like so many things happened at the same time that I was completely sober too, by the way, and I felt like I was out of my body, just floating right above me. And I couldn't even comprehend what was that this whole week had just happened the way it had happened, to be honest. And the way it ended with me and my dad watching wrestling, I felt like I for the first time I was able, like my mom's able to lay at rest and at peace. And hold on, chat, I have to take this phone call. Oh my goodness, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Um, that was a number. I wasn't sure who it was calling, but something told me that um I needed to take that call, and I'm glad I did, but I did not know it was going to go that long. I'm so sorry. Oh, fucking hell. Anyways, everybody dipped out, but I see everybody's back. Thank you. Let's see. Let me check the chat. I know I was going on a long-winded rant about my personal family shit. Mike Rowe's been here. Patrick Palmer's in the house. Eddie Foster, what up? JB, Otis. Um, Rage just popped in. What up, Rage? How you doing? Oh man, Rage, if you would have been here at the beginning of the show, you would know. I'm not explaining all that again. Hell no. Get me crying on stream again? Nope. Once is enough. Once is enough. I've been hella busy. My dad came into town. I've been going through my mom's estate and all of her stuff. I had to wait. My StreamYard time didn't reset until Monday. So my last stream, I told everybody that it was going to be around a week before I was able to stream again. But then my dad came into town last weekend, and I didn't have no time all week to even do a Monday stream or nothing. So just been busting my ass 12 hours a day, going through my mom's storage unit and clearing out my apartment and clearing all of her things out of my apartment and getting rid of junk and um, decluttering and going through my son's stuff and just kind of purging my former life. And it got pretty emotional, and it was a week that I needed to have. I talked to the guys that were in here a little bit ago about how many signs from my mom I saw this week, and then it ended with a bucket, like a dream of all dreams. The dream I thought would never ever actually come true happened last night, and for the first time ever, I got to watch wrestling with my father, and we watched SmackDown together, and yeah, it got a little bit emotional at the end with me and my dad, and it was a good week. It needed to happen. It was a meant to be week. There were so many signs that I just was like, it was all meant to be this way. If I would have had my cousin help me, or my friends help me, or if I would have called like a moving company, if I had dealt with my mom's estate and any time before this week, the things that happened this week wouldn't have transpired, and the things that happened hit me on a level that makes me feel like I can put a lot of some issues that I've had carried with me since childhood to rest. And it was so therapeutic for me, man. And it was a week of like it's the beginning of like the stages of like now I feel like I'm able to kind of heal. I don't really need to heal from anything, but I can just put these issues that I've carried with me to rest, some of them. I feel like my mom is at rest now, now that this storage unit of hers is not weighing me down. I feel like yeah, just so many little things happened. It's been shit ass weather here for over a month, and haven't seen the sun really since before I got sick with gallstones back at the beginning of March. And my dad comes in, and literally as soon as his plane lands, like the sun breaks, and we didn't have a cloud in the sky for an entire week. It was 70 to 75 degrees, pure sun. That doesn't happen in Oregon in the month of April ever. Um, I felt like I was like, "Oh, Dad, you brought the good weather with you from where you're from and stuff." And I don't know. There were so many little signs from my mom that I saw too, and it was just it was good. I needed this. My soul needed this, and once I'm over the whole emotional aspect of it, because I'm still trying to comprehend and process the just the fact that me and my dad watched SmackDown together last night. I thought that I would. I've believed that me and my dad would never watch wrestling together since I was like, I don't know, before 10 years old. I mean, I knew how he felt about it then, and I never pushed the issue. So I just put it out of my head like, yeah, that's something that we'll never get to do together. And I was telling the chat that like 5 days ago, I texted my sister, I wish dad, because my dad left this morning, right? And WrestleMania is in a few hours. So I was really bummed. I was like, damn, I wish I could watch WrestleMania with dad. He's here on the day of, but he's got to leave before it's on. And I don't know if my sister said something to him. I don't know if he had the wherewithal. I don't know if it was like divine intervention. Whatever made my dad say last night, hey, when you take me back to my hotel, stay and hang out for a little bit and we can watch wrestling. I don't know where that came from, but he uttered those words and I wasn't going to say no. So he was, he didn't intently watch SmackDown. He doesn't know the product and what's really going on and stuff like that. So he was kind of standing there on, with his suitcase open at the bed, packing his things, um, getting ready to leave for the airport. And I would just talk to him about kind of, what's happening at WrestleMania this weekend and what's going on with certain storylines. And, but, it wasn't like getting to sit down and really watch WrestleMania like I've always dreamt of doing with him. But the fact that he was willing and offered, like he offered, it wasn't coming, like I didn't say, Dad, you want to watch SmackDown with me before you go? Like the fact that he offered, it was like, that's what I needed from him. That's what I've needed from him since I was a little kid. And, fuck. It was all just good. It was all around. There was a couple of hiccups. We got a little chippy with each other, but overall, it was it was a healing weekend for me on different levels, both for when it comes to my dad and my mother. I feel like I can relax this weekend. I'm ready to enjoy WrestleMania. I'm supposed to be watching NXT, and I haven't even gotten to that. So I don't know who's all watching NXT right now, but if somebody could fill me in of what's at least taking place right now, I appreciate you guys for popping in here and hanging out because I wanted to do a prediction show. I told Jeremy I wanted to do a prediction show with him like days ago, and then didn't have time. I ended up working well into the night with my dad, and then I told him, okay, we'll do it tomorrow. And then the next morning, I worked all day with my dad. Anyways, I just kept working every day with my dad. I didn't have any time to get any predictions out. So this is why I've been gone for so long, and all of my personal stuff is now done, and I'm here now. I can focus on doing now what I've been wanting to focus on for a long time, and now I can put my nose to the grindstone with my channel. I don't have a bunch of bullshit hanging over me anymore. So good vibes for me all around. How is everybody doing? How are we doing since SmackDown last night? What did everybody think about the show? What did everybody think about the Hall of Fame, that ungodly long Hall of Fame? First match, when I left, the first match was on when I left to go get this energy drink, and that was like 45 minutes ago. It was Ethan Page and Ricky Saints. Are they still wrestling? Have they been wrestling for 40 minutes? There's no way. Somebody tell me that ain't the case. Hubert, Hubert, I'm not even gonna try to say your last name, bro, because I do not want to butcher it. But appreciate you being here, bro. Welcome, welcome in, welcome in. Let me pull up NXT here real quick. Here you go. That Hall of Fame, I love, there's something about the Hall of Fame. I realize some years is better than others for people. It's not so much for me about the inductees themselves. What I love the most about the Hall of Fame is the stories on the road, the stories of backstage during certain events, and certain pivotal moments that we watch on TV when we don't get to see what's going on behind the scenes, as these moments are happening. The stories, man, all the inductees, I love hearing all the stories. Triple H had, I know, I guess he's held the record now for longest Hall of Fame speech. He went over an hour. I think it was an hour and 7 minutes to be exact. I did not give a shit. I was willing to sit there another 40 minutes and listen to him. However, when he was done and the show was over, the wall hit me, and I'm like, I look at the clock and I'm like, holy fuck. I live on the West Coast, so the majority of you guys I know don't live out on this side in this time zone. Hubert trolling. We got a troll in my chat. Is that what happened? All right. You didn't watch the Hall of Fame, Rage? Holy smokes. Why? Oh, because you're on the East Coast and you would have been up till like 7 in the morning. That's right. Yeah, that shit went on. I hope they never put the Hall of Fame on after SmackDown ever again. And not only, it wouldn't have been so bad had they started the Hall of Fame immediately after SmackDown, right? They waited 2 hours because the wrestlers got to go get changed, shower, and do all that shit. They got to change the set, take the ring down, make it presentable for the Hall of Fame situation. So there was a 2 hour break in between SmackDown and the Hall of Fame. And by the time that shit got over, it was like 2 something a.m. my time, which was like 5 a.m. East Coast. That's insane. I hope they never ever do that again. And I mean, my God, the wrestlers. I'm like, there's a lot of wrestlers sitting in that crowd that got to put on matches in NXT in like 4 hours. That's wild. Boom. Wait, WrestleMania. What's on WrestleMania right now? I see a WrestleMania stream going. It's probably just I think it's like a 3 hour pre-show. They're probably starting the pre-show right now. Fuck all that. Oh, I'm missing the NXT women, of course. Come on, man. What a jobber. We got Jordan Grayson. Who's that? Oh, it's Julia. Oh. Shit. Let's go. Julia looking killer with the braids. She's got that OG stardom look to her. The beautiful madness. The beautiful madness. Can y'all hear me okay? I can't even tell if I'm still live or... Okay. We've been live for 49 minutes. All right. Who's all still in here? I see a couple people are in here. A handful of people are in here. I just like to know who I'm talking to instead of just seeing a number. Thank you for being here, Rage. I know you texted me the other day, and I just haven't had any time to fucking communicate with nobody. I ain't forgot about you. I'll be back in your stream soon. Wait, we've got Vaquer, Julia, and Jordan Grace in a triple threat? Or is this a four-way? Chat? Is this thing on? Hello? Says I got 7 people in here. Somebody put something in the chat so I know that there's people up in here. Please. Please. Ego. All right. Cool. Thank you, Patrick. I just needed to know that my mic is working. I know y'all follow Stephanie on social media. Y'all been seeing the videos and the pictures she's been posting? Shit. She's got some kind of self-confidence about her, man, and I love to see it. I love to see it. Attempt to take my glasses off. Don't look so goofy being on stream with sunnies on. How you doing, Patrick? NXT, I don't watch NXT like I watch the main roster. Like, to me, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. And oh, okay, it's a fatal four-way. There's Jada Parker. I don't watch NXT like I don't in terms of like I don't think I'd ever do a prediction show for NXT because to me at the end of the day it doesn't matter because I want all these kids to get their shine and end up on the main roster. So I don't watch it the way I watch main roster matches. Now, to me you can't I like in this match there's no wrong winner. You know what I mean? I feel like all four of these women deserve to win for different reasons. Although I would think because Stephanie and Julia were already known in other promotions outside of WWE before they got here, Jada Parker is an NXT homegrown talent. I would, if I was booking this match, I'm booking Jada Parker to win. I think she needs it more than it. Oh, let me not forget Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace was also a champion outside of WWE. So we've got three former champions from other promotions and Jada Parker. Like this match is all set up to make Jada Parker look like a star, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Jada Parker wins this match. And we got an abundance. I mean, we are eating dessert before we are eating the main course. You know what I'm saying? We got cakes, we got cookies, we got pie. You name it. It's all in this one match, and it is like a buffet, boys and girls. It is a booty meat buffet on NXT right now. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. And I don't watch women's wrestling to ooh and ah at them. If that's your thing, great. I'm not going to knock you for it. But it helps. It's certainly a nice positive when there are females in the ring that are drop dead gorgeous but can also wrestle their asses off. All four of these women can wrestle. And they're all attractive in their own way. That's something you didn't see in the 90s whatsoever. Jesus Christmas. Parker with a triple blockbuster? Sheesh. Let's go. That was fucking dope. That deserves a holy shit chant. This is killer. Look at this. Bang. She got them both. That was sick, man. That was sick. Props to Jada Parker for taking that bump. This NXT women's division is something else, bro. There's an aura to these women that the main roster women do not have. You can feel it, you can see it. I don't know what it is, but there's an energy here, and the men certainly don't have it on this show. It's the women. There's an energy. Oh my God, that was a great move by Jordynne Grace. Yeah, the women just have something going in this division that no other promotion has. No other brand has right now. All these women have charisma. That helps. I don't care if they can speak. When you have charisma, it doesn't matter if you can speak English or not. I don't. When people say, "Oh, they can't cut a promo," "Oh, he doesn't speak English," "Oh, she doesn't speak good English," get over all that, please. Miss me with that shit. Miss me with all of that shit. Okay, something's happened because everybody's done bailed out of my chat. So where's everybody going? What's going on that I'm missing out on? Somebody fill me in. Somebody fill me in, please. Eddie Foster, my man. How you doing? What'd you think about the Hall of Fame last night, bro? Or SmackDown? I thought SmackDown in this whole WrestleMania build, I felt SmackDown was really strong last night. I thought it was one of the better SmackDowns of the year. I also don't watch WrestleMania as seriously as I take the rest of the year when we're all really into like, oh, the way WWE is booking and what we feel should be happening and shouldn't be happening. WrestleMania is meant to be a spectacle to me, man, and I'm just watching it for what it is. I'm not going to take the outcomes too seriously in terms of how the storylines play out. I have the strong sense that the right outcomes will happen this weekend. Booker T was asleep. Bailey looked bored. Jey Uso had sunnies on. He was probably asleep. They showed Natalya a lot last night. The camera kept showing Natalya. I hope that was done for a reason because when Michelle McCool was up on the stage talking, they kept showing Natty. And The Undertaker, when he was giving his speech about his wife before she came out, I mean, I've never heard him glaze anybody like that. He would have you believe that Michelle McCool, I believe at one point he said Michelle McCool was as equal a technical wrestler as Natalya was. I'm pretty sure he made that reference, and I thought that was insane. I kept saying to Midmost Mark last night, bro, I'm going to have to go back and watch Lay Cool matches because I don't remember Michelle McCool being that great of a wrestler. I know she was the first Divas champion. I know she won the first Divas search. Yada, yada, yada. I don't remember her being an elite technical wrestler. And Undertaker really tried to sell everybody that she was an amazing professional wrestler. Now, at one point in her speech, she did kind of pivot, and she made it a point to say, it's not about how good you are in the ring, it's what you do outside of the ring behind the curtain that's most important, and how you treat people. Yes, in life. But we're at a Hall of Fame ceremony, and in order to get into the Hall of Fame, you've got to be elite in your craft. And your craft is being a professional wrestler inside of a wrestling ring, which I don't believe I remember you being elite. I don't know how you're getting into the Hall of Fame for your wrestling ability, other than that you happen to be with the most respected, most famous professional wrestler in the history of professional wrestling, maybe rivaling Stone Cold and Hulk Hogan. The Undertaker is in the top 3 most famous names in professional wrestling history. So is that why Michelle McCool really was getting in? Because I find it hard to believe she got in off of her wrestling merit alone. And when she started her speech, she was like, let me take you back to whenever. And I'm like, oh, God. She's going to go back to the beginning of before she was even in WWE. This is going to be a life story. Well, I knew we was in for a long-ass speech with Michelle McCool. I would have rather listened to Triple H for 2 hours than Michelle McCool for however long she took, to be honest. No. And me and Midmo Smart kept making many comments. Was it just wrestlers in the crowd because there was no chants? I didn't hear like wrestling fans chanting. I didn't hear anybody clap for Stone Cold and Bret Hart came out to crickets. Did you hear that? It was insane. Mike Rouse. Brother, I don't know what you mean by this. What happened to my Special Olympics story under 30 minutes? I don't know what you mean by that, buddy. Can you help explain that to me? Oh, you can tell your Special Olympics story under 30 minutes. Yeah. We didn't need Michelle McCool's life story, I don't think. She wasn't a wrestler. What I think, chat, is a lot of these female wrestlers are so good now, especially in WWE, that the women of yesteryear are looking at these girls like it's skewing their memory. It's making the women of yesteryear think that they were literally as good as these girls are now. And I'm sorry, but a lot of the women back then were mostly eye candy. And I'm not saying Michelle McCool was just eye candy. She did wrestle more than I would say she's a better wrestler than Tori Wilson was. I would say she's a better wrestler than let me try to think of some other divas back then. Um, Now, here's a crazy thing. Michelle McCool brought up a moment that happened in her career in 2004 that involved Natalya, and I thought to myself, Natalya is still wrestling in 2025. Natalya has to be on the women's Mount Rushmore of professional wrestling in WWE. She has to be. She's been wrestling for so long. Did you see her match in GCW? I know you guys in the chat watched her GCW match. I know somebody in this chat saw it. Oh, here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what I'd call that move? No, I can't probably say it on YouTube. I don't want to get banned. I don't watch GCW either, Eddie. I'm not that hardcore of a wrestling fan. But I saw a lot of posts about her match on Twitter yesterday, and I saw a lot of feedback about her match. And apparently, people are calling for her to be pushed in WWE with the braids, with the MMA gear, and they want her to be a badass in WWE, and they want her to get a good heavy push. And I've always respected Natalya. I've always thought she was a badass in the ring. I've always thought she was at the top of the when it comes to in-ring work and wrestling ability and making it look believable. A lot of women struggle to make it look believable, and Natalya's been doing it for a long time. No, I didn't, Eddie Foster. I didn't know TNA was even having. I've been busy with my dad all week, bro. I've been completely checked out. Last night was the first wrestling I really got to watch all week. Nope. So Stephanie Vicaire holds on to her title. Good match. Uh, Probably because the title just recently changed hands. I would have booked. I'm not mad that Stephanie Vicaire is still the champion because they need to make this title look strong, and you don't want it to look like hot potato. But I don't know. I want Jada Parker. I wanted her to win it. A little part of me secretly wanted Jada Parker to win this match. She's the homegrown talent that needs to be made to look like these other three girls are superstars from other divisions, other promotions. You know what I mean? They're not born and bred WWE, as great as they are. I think Jada Parker needed this win more than the other three. But I like that they've put her in the mix with these three girls. That shows that they're pushing her. So I believe that eventually, at some point this year, she'll have a title. Who's Jordan? You mean Jada? Yeah, yeah, you're right, Mike. She didn't. Her not winning today is the right outcome. Probably happened with Stephanie winning because, like I said, you don't want the title to look like they're hot potatoing it. But yeah, I can't. I'm waiting for the moment Jada Parker gets her shine. It's gonna be dope. And maybe it won't happen this year. Maybe it's next year at WrestleMania. But within the next year, I feel like Jada Parker is gonna have a title. Jordan Grace needs to win. See, now here's where I don't agree because I think the sole purpose of HBK hiring Jordan Grace, I'm not sure that Jordan Grace has a NXT title in her future because I think she's already proven by being in the Royal Rumble she's past NXT. She chose to go to NXT, so she's automatically a veteran in the locker room and she can help mold the homegrown talent. I don't think Jordan Grace is after like she's a big name, so they're going to put her in title matches, but I don't think she's going for a title, not in NXT. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see Jordan Grace as a women's champion in NXT. She'll be a main roster champion for sure, but she doesn't need the NXT championship, in my opinion. Let's talk some WrestleMania real quick. Night one main event. Who you guys got? Who do you guys got in the main event? Yeah. Of course, Saints defeated Ethan Page. I missed. Oh, Fraxium. Hank and Tank beat Fraxium? No way. So Ruka, new NXT Women's North American Champion. Who did she beat? Damn, I missed those matches somehow. We saw that coming with Stacks a couple of weeks ago. We knew Stacks was about to turn. Although Mafia guys aren't driving Toyota RAV4s. Uh, Not where I come from. Just saying. Oh shit. We got 4 main rosters. Oh no. So it's whoever wins the women's tag team championship this weekend is gonna face Gigi Dolan and I forget the other girl's name, I'm sorry. By the way, Mike Rouse, that's not JD's idea. That was my idea. That JD said didn't make any sense when I said that to him in his chat. I was the first one to say Paul Heyman was going to side with Seth. But since I said that the night of the Monday Night Raw where Punk and Rollins had their cage match at Madison Square Garden. I said that in JD's chat. Since that night, I no longer believe. I shouldn't say that. Half of me thinks that my original prediction is going to happen, but they've been making Roman looking like not the smartest tool in the shed for the last number of weeks. And I think Roman's paying attention to Paul Heyman's behavior with Punk, Paul Heyman's behavior with Rollins. He's been acting really irritated with Paul Heyman. He's been using the word betrayal a lot, and I think that Roman is no dummy. And I think that by the end of the main event, we will see a united Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman. Something's going to go down in that match that is going to let us know that they were tight together this whole time. That's what I think is going to happen. It's They're showing the card that Heyman and Seth could be in the works almost too much now. A month or so ago, when I was making that prediction and not one of you agreed with me, they weren't really teasing Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins like they have been so hard the last week or so. Um, that leads me to believe that Roman's winning. I believe in my OTC. I believe in my OTC. Uh, how much percent though? I said 50%. I still think there's a good chance that my original prediction could happen though. But the way Rollins came out dressed like The Rock, it's almost too predictable now if he goes with Heyman. So that's why that's another reason why I've kind of changed my stance on it. And I think that Roman's gonna come out looking like the genius in all of this. There's a swerve somewhere. Yeah. The swerve is going to either be Heyman and Seth aligning, or it's going to be that Paul Heyman was united and had a plan with Roman all along. And maybe we get Heyman screwing Punk to prove his loyalty to the tribal chief. That could be the swerve as well. So be on the lookout for that. Definitely be on the lookout for that. We've been live for, I don't know why did my phone die? It better not have. No, my feed just stopped for some reason. Hang on, chat. Let me get the show back on. What match now? Oh, let's talk about this AJ Styles Logan Paul match is going to bang. Holy shit, what did I do to my camera? Sorry, chat, if I knocked my camera down. I'm sure you guys all have. I haven't checked, but if you haven't yet, please do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Try to share out my stream, maybe see if we can get a few more people in here. I don't know who's all streaming right now. I haven't even checked my YouTube notifications. I did this like last second, like usual, so no fucking shit. Say what? Whole future. Bro, I haven't seen you in so long. Is this the first time you're in my stream, bro? I don't remember seeing you in here before. You might have been in here on my first stream or something to say what's up. Maybe a couple months ago, if that. But I know you've been on hiatus and been gone doing your thing for a while. How are you, man? I can't believe you're in here. How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, I think I remember you on my first one, but I haven't seen you much since. Jeffrey, my guy, what's up, bro? I didn't know you were in here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing my stream, dude. You good, Future? Oh, was that the main event for Stand and Deliver over? I guess at 2.5 hours, it's probably over, yeah? I didn't even realize that it was over. I thought there was another match coming up, but now that we're seeing this long Logan Paul AJ Styles ad, now it makes sense. I'm gonna switch over to the WrestleMania stream. I'll go back and rewatch all of Stand and Deliver Uninterrupted later. I'll probably do a review of it at some point. Yeah, Future, for sure. You don't have to say nothing publicly. It's all good, brother. I appreciate you being here, bro, and I hope things get better for you. We'll talk more in detail later, but yeah, it's been rough. I think for a lot of people the last couple of weeks and months. Try to hang in there, bro. I'm really glad you showed up for Mania weekend. I was asking Jeremy about you the other day, and I cannot get the feed to work. Hang on. Yeah, I asked Jeremy about you the other day, but I mean, I knew you had told me that you'd been on hiatus, and he said you were kind of doing your own thing, and um, it's good to see you. One of the uh, one of the level-headed wrestling fans that I know. No, Santa Deliver's still on. Okay, that's what I thought. We still got Javon and Obafemi. I don't know why they did a 10-minute long AJ Styles Logan Paul promo in the middle of this. Oh yeah, and Trick Williams in the three-way. I forgot. I've had such a week, dude, with my dad. Of just, it's been such an emotional week that I've totally forgotten. I forgot all about the NXT matches, like who was fighting who, and I haven't watched wrestling all week long. I've been so out of it. So my bad, chat. Please don't hold it against me that I'm not really that with it with the whole NXT situation right now. Yeah, your personality and the way you talk about wrestling and shit, we're very similar. I feel like Future. I think you're more like me than any of the other guys we know, to be honest, because we there we can talk about wrestling in a way where people think that we're just straight trolling, even though we're just being sarcastic because we're annoyed about the bullshit that we're being forced to watch and that we're given. So I'll just get really complacent and really jaded about professional wrestling, and so I'll just start making super cynical comments and stuff, and I get that a lot from you when I read your tweets and I hear you in like Otis's chat and or Rob's chat and stuff talking about wrestling. I'm like, yeah, Future's a lot like me in that regard because I'll just straight start trolling. And I've seen comments from people this in the last 24 hours that I follow that I don't know them like on a friendship level, but I know, I've conversed with them. I've talked about wrestling with them. I've seen some tweets in the last 24 hours that really didn't sit well with me. Uh, and I kind of got vocal. Yesterday I was pretty vocal. I was in some sort of crash out fuck it mode on Twitter yesterday, man. And I went into JD's chat at the beginning of the stream last night after SmackDown was over, and I quickly left. I quickly left. I It's getting increasingly difficult for me to stay in that chat long term. Um, for a number of reasons, but mainly the trolling is on a different level, and his chat because of Tuesday Night Titans has garnered in an influx of Joe Cronin rebel scum from that community, and it's just I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it like I used to. Yeah. There's too much hokiness going on in his chat for me to just sit there and like deal with it. I'm like, I'm a grown ass man, dog. Like I'm not gonna sit here and listen to these terrible jokes being told and these like all the just I don't know, just the sexual innuendos. And I mean, I get everybody's trying to have a good time, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer and stop people from having a good time. It's just not my cup of tea, and I don't like the vibe of the chat of TNT anymore. I liked it much better when it was just about professional wrestling. I don't know. Somehow it's turned into a troll fest and Sid Dro's sex jokes the entire time. I just can't do it. I can't do it. So I saw a bunch of that shit happening immediately last night in the chat, and no. Everybody have fun, have a good time. See y'all tomorrow. Sorry, Chad. I had to come take my medicine. Championship. Sean Franklin, hi. Sorry, I was away from my stream for a second. How you doing, man? Welcome in. If you're still here. Sorry, I was AFK for a second. Appreciate you for being here. Please hit that like button. Yeah. I've been spending a lot more time than ever since I've been a JD subscriber away in the last couple of months. So I feel you. I feel you, future. I feel you on this. The ruler. Look at him. Why is he still in NXT, man? Get him in the mix on the fucking main roster. Come on. So is WWE gonna play some racial shit and make an issue of the fact that this is like the first time there's ever been a main event involving all minority wrestlers? I just now realized I'm like, oh, every you know how WWE is they're always so quick to say something about, oh, WWE's done this for the first time, or like when Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair had their match at WrestleMania. There was tweets going out about that from WWE side before the match was even over. So I'm wondering if they're gonna do the same with this main event. This is great, man. Javon Evans, for whatever reason, reminds me of the 1-2-3 Kid when he beat Razor Ramon. How he came in that really scrawny, lanky, no muscle on him. Javon Evans gives me 1-2-3 Kid vibes. But for my money, I only see one of these three guys as a champion, a main champion, main roster. I can see Trick Williams being Intercontinental Champion. I can see him being U.S. Champion. I don't know that I see him being World Heavyweight or WWE Champion. Javon Evans is good enough for a mid card title or the tag titles. But I see Obafemi with a WWE logo around his waist, man. 100%. 100%. Okay, here's Sid. You told this Sidro joke? Two cows were playing cards and the stakes were too high. I see the spelling of the word steak, though, right? Like beef steak. Yeah. That's actually a clever joke. That's not all Sid jokes. Not all Sid Droz jokes are bad. Pretty much, pretty much all the ones that involve some sort of sexual innuendo are all cringe and garbage. I hate when he does that. Absolutely hate it. Um, yeah, I feel you on that too, Future. 100%. My feed cut again. Uh, Chat, you guys understood why I brought that up about the racial thing, right? Like, I don't. It didn't even dawn on me until in that moment when I brought it up. Oh yeah, that's right. And WWE always likes to bring up the fact when they have like the first time ever two African American wrestlers, fought for this or did this. I'm pretty sure this has got to be the first ever all African American triple threat main event. I just don't see I don't see like when I saw these three guys come into the ring, my immediate thought wasn't, "Oh, it's three African American guys." You know, that's awesome. That's great. Like, not that I'm not happy, not that it's not a great thing. I get that for their culture, it's a huge deal. So anybody that's African American that is really hyped on this, I'm all, that's amazing. I just didn't realize it until I brought it up because I know how WWE is. Like, I don't see color when I'm watching wrestlers or just in life in general. Uh, I've always had friends of all different kinds of ethnic backgrounds my whole life. I come from a multiracial family. My parents both remarried. Um, different, obviously my dad's Italian. My mom was Native American and Dutch. And when they got remarried, they remarried two people of Hispanic background. And I have other family members. I've got African American in my family. I've got Mexican. I've got Guatemalan. I've got Chinese. I've got. I mean, there's so many different cultures in my that make up my immediate family. So you do like old school pay-per-view wrestling, right? What do you mean? Good Mike Works commentary does the old school WWE WCW watch alongs. It's instant. Yeah, I like old school pay-per-views. I watch the WWE Vault and the WCW Vault more than anything. Um, Greg, what's his YouTube channel? Who do y'all want to win this match? Do you guys like Trick Williams better, or Obafemi better, or Javon Williams? Javon Williams is the youngest, most green, obviously. Oh shit. I just love Obafemi, man. Since the second I saw that guy, his size, his look, just his presence that he commands on camera. I'm like, dude, how is this dude in NXT and not immediately on the main roster? YouTube channel is Good Mic Work Commentaries. Okay. I'll have to check them out. Appreciate you for being here, Future. It's good having you in my chat, bro. Well, did he have another name? Do I know him from like JD's? Now my camera moved again. What the fuck is going on? Do just all of y'all watch all the same people? I feel like y'all know hella more content creators than I even know exist. Like apparently a lot of people watch Santizap and Conman and all those people. I didn't even. The only reason why I even know about those two guys is because they popped up in my For You page on TikTok one time a couple months ago. I don't. Not my cup of tea. Shit's not my cup of tea. If y'all drink energy drinks, I've had my strong opinions on energy drinks over the years. I was heavily addicted to energy drinks when they first started back in the day. There was a energy drink made by the Jones Soda Company. It was called Whoop Ass. That was the first energy drink I ever had, and then I got those led me to the Sobe No Fears. I got so sick off of drinking Sobe No Fears that it started causing me so much health problems. I had to quit energy drinks and caffeine for a long time altogether. Eventually went back to caffeine. Sorry, not caffeine. I meant led me back to coffee. So I was drinking coffee for a number of years again, but coffee always just wasn't enough. So once companies started coming out with these clean energy drinks with less chemicals, I started trying all those brands like Bang and Ghost and Celsius and all the main brands of energy drinks that are pretty popular right now. Monster and Rockstar are garbage. They made me feel like shit. Red Bull makes me feel like shit. They all are full of chemicals that your body doesn't really need. Got off of them again, and when I went on this wellness journey thing that started last year, stopped drinking them, but I'd maybe have like one a week, one every 2 weeks. Then I got sick 2 months ago and quit them altogether, quit caffeine altogether, quit sugar, and I've completely like changed my diet all around. And then this one brand that I see on TikTok all the time that you couldn't get anywhere else but on TikTok finally showed up at my corner store the other day, and so I'm like, I'm gonna try them. This, if you don't know the story about Lucky Fuck Energy, when this energy drink first came out, the label read Lucky Fuck Energy. Well, they've since had to bleep out the word fuck because now he's gone national, so you can't have the F word in your label, I guess. But they're advertised as Lucky Energy, but it's really Lucky Fuck Energy. A brief synopsis of the guy's story is right here on the side of the can with a QR code if you want to read his full story. His story's insane, bro. His story's insane. He survived a plane crash, and everybody on the plane crash died, including his father. He was the only survivor. Almost 200 people. And listening to his story on TikTok, I was really like, I'm down to support that dude. I really wanted to try his energy drink, and I just haven't been able to for whatever reason. And I saw him at my corner store the other day, and I bought a couple of them, and I don't get the jitters with this thing. I don't feel like shit the next day when I drink this. There's zero sugar. All the macros are 0, 0, 0, 1%, 1%. It's clean, man. It's a good story. You can find them pretty cheap. I think they're only like $1.99 or something like that. A lot of the bigger brands are really expensive, like $4 or $5 a can. If you're into energy drinks, I highly recommend Lucky Energy, man. They got a bunch of good flavors. If you like to taste a monster, they even got the OG flavor. It's called. Tastes like exactly like a monster. Dang, come on, this match is killer. Bronson Reed and Oba, yeah. You know who else I thought? Did you guys see Jeff Cobb tweet yesterday? Then, now, forever. My thought was, I need Jeff Cobb and Bronson Reed. Their body size and stature and shit, they're almost the same guy. From a physical looking stature. You got the Tsunami versus, I forget Jeff Cobb's finishing move name, but dude, give me Jeff Cobb and Bronson Reed, man. Okay, you're ahead of me a little bit, Mike Rouse. So, oh god, Javon Evans went right over Trick Williams and splatted on the floor. What the fuck is Vic Joseph wearing? Dude, he played Street Fighter 6, baked out of his mind, complained about lag, and rage quit every stream. It was exhausting. Come on, Oba. No, don't. Come on, man. Right as he picked up Obafemi, my stream froze, and when it came back, the move already happened. What just happened? Did the announce table get caved in? Oh, yeah. That's the first time I've seen an announce table cave in like a year. No, actually, since the Netflix takeover. It's been like 4 months. Boom. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. How we doing, chat? I appreciate you all for being here. Those who are sticking around listening to me just ramble. It's been a hot minute since I've been here. I feel like I've been live streaming for like 4 hours already, but it's only been an hour 40 minutes. Probably because I haven't done it in a couple weeks, so I thought I'd be able to. I had enough time to do a stream on enough stream time on StreamYards to do a stream on Monday, but I just didn't have time to get one up in time. So wanted to do on Wednesday and Thursday too. It didn't have enough time. So I thought I'll just go live early on Saturday and just be live for a long time. Nice move, Oba. 1, 2, 3. I don't know if Oba should. So Oba's not going up to the main roster then. I thought that he would pass the title on because I figured he's getting ready for the main roster. Yeah, Booker T is wide awake now. Fuck yeah, Eddie Foster. Every time they show a spot with the barricade or the table, my stream freezes. I just don't understand how Obafemi takes a rock bottom through a Uranagi through the table and then wins the match. It's like he no-sold it. But Trick Williams hit him with that knee, and then Oba said, "Dump you." Power bombs him onto Javon Williams. I don't understand why Trick Williams in that moment rolls out of the way though. And then Obafemi does his little sit down power bomb. Boom, Batista. That was nonsensical to me for Trick Williams to roll out of the ring. That was goofy. Now Stand and Deliver's over, right? It's been 3 hours? 2 hours? No, 3. Uh-huh. Okay, so Stand and Deliver's over. Now the 3-hour pre-show starts for WrestleMania. I'm telling you, man. I know JD and a few others don't really care for NXT, but this shit is not what it was when it was the Rainbow 2.0 lame-o shit. Vince's vision of NXT, or whoever was running it at the time, Bruce Pritchard, I don't know. Hey, how crazy was it last night at the Hall of Fame how many people mentioned Vince's name on the mic? I was like, what in the fuck is going on? Was actually genuinely shocked by that, chat. Damn, everybody bailed. Everybody bailed. Sometimes it bees like that. NXT had been on the come up for a while, man. I'm gonna have to say after that main event, if Eddie Foster is still in my chat, I made a comment earlier about the women having aura, and there's a buzz about the women's division in NXT that the main roster women don't have, that the women in AEW don't fucking have. Poor TNA's been gutted. There's something special about the NXT women, and I even said the men in NXT don't have it. I can't really say that anymore after that main event we just saw. I'm gonna have to retract that statement from earlier because that was a dope ass main event. I didn't really care for Javon Evans at first. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, this kid. If I passed by this kid in real life, I would. And he was like, I'm a professional wrestler. I'd be like, shut the fuck up, bro. No, you're not. Right? But over the weeks, he's been like a slow burn for me. Like, wasn't really on initial my eyes first seeing him. I'm like, nah, he's not pro wrestling material. I also thought that about the 1-2-3 Kid, right? Because when they had him come out to face Razor Ramon, they booked him as like a no-name jobber. Like WWE, a lot of times would have a superstar go against a local dude you never heard of. So I thought 1-2-3 Kid was the jobber of the match, right? So he beats Razor Ramon, and then the rest is history. But my whole perception of the 1-2-3 Kid by the time we get to Degeneration X had completely changed, right? So that's what's happening with me with Javon Evans. Initially, I'm like, yeah, nah, this guy isn't pro wrestling material. And little by little, week by week, the more I see from the kid, he's getting better and better each week on the mic, in my opinion. Um, he's getting a little more comfortable with talking to the crowd and stuff like that, and he's starting to come into his own. So that's been cool to watch. I'm not really a big Trick Williams fan, but I'm not also denying the fact that he's got a presence. He's got clearly a look to him, and great athletic ability. So he's just, you can't like everybody, right? So he's just somebody that I'm not against him. I don't. He's just somebody that I'm not that into, I guess. Um, and then obviously, you can't say enough good things about Obafemi. At least I can't. So the men had aura in that match, and maybe there is a little bit of buzz going for them now. They've got some good male talent in NXT, but I just feel like the tag division's kind of lacking, and I feel like there's just something that the women have that the men don't. But it felt like in that main event match with the men just now, that feeling was there. So I hope that they can build on that. Now, where does Jeff Cobb go? Is Jeff Cobb main roster? Because if you think realistically about how the top of the card is on the main roster, even the mid card with the Lucha Brothers coming in and being on either show, where does Rusev's coming? Aleister Black just got announced for Friday after SmackDown. They haven't said his name, but it's fucking Aleister Black. Um, you've got a number of talent coming back as well. So with Jeff Cobb bringing into the mix relatively soon, where do you put him? Does Jeff Cobb go to NXT? Future. What you know what's crazy, bro? I just fucking said to Midmo Smark last night. Oh no, I'm sorry, not Midmo Smark. I was talking to my dad actually. We were watching SmackDown together, and when they were showing the crowd, you see the UFC logo because they were in the T-Mobile Arena. That's where all the big Las Vegas NXT pay-per-views are held. And I said, man, the way that UFC and WWE wanted nothing to do with each other back in the day when Vince was part of WWE, there would never be any cross promotion. And now you're seeing WrestleMania ads on UFC last week, right? And then every time WWE promotes UFC too, it's just crazy. They're very similar in presentation. It's because they use the same production. UFC is siphoning all of Vince's production uh, people and learning all the tricks of the trade. I was telling my dad last night, there's no way in hell that you would have ever seen UFC promoting a WrestleMania back in the day, ever. So, who do you guys think Randy Orton's opponent is going to be? Somebody said on Twitter last night that they think it's going to be Karrion Kross. Now we've seen a lot of promos being cut by Karrion Kross. Clearly, Triple H is trying to drum something up for him, storyline wise, right? I don't necessarily know if that's what the crowd wants to see. I wouldn't do that to Randy Orton, being that it's going to be his first big match, since he's returned. Um, I thought it was going to be Nick Aldis when he RKO'd him a couple weeks ago. However, I tweeted last night. I'm getting the vibes now based off of the way Nick Aldis is carrying himself. He's not making mention at all of the RKO or nothing. Has had no interaction with Randy really since then. So that kind of lets me know that that was never probably the plan to have Nick Aldis wrestle. Uh, I don't think we're gonna get to see Nick Aldis wrestle, not anytime soon. So I'm like, okay, it can only be two people, right? It's Aleister Black or Rusev. Now, I tweet this, and literally 2 minutes after I tweet, they show the vignette for Aleister Black on SmackDown. So I'm like, well, that didn't age well. Like I said, clearly WrestleMania Sunday is Rusev Day, right? Lana posted a tweet this morning that said road trip, and her and Rusev and a couple other wrestlers are in a car driving. I'm telling you right now, Rusev Day is Sunday. We are about to hear his OG theme. I just don't want Lana to be with him, to be honest. I want him to be by himself. And if he's gonna have the Redeemer title, Rusev the Redeemer, I rock with that. It sounds that rolls off the tongue a lot better than Miro the Redeemer. Rusev the Redeemer sounds like a badass fucking name. And thank God Vince is not in charge of his return, because Vince would probably let him go with Rusev the Redeemer, but then he'd probably have him come out in like samurai gear with like a big ass long spear with like a fucking, I forget what they're called, those long it looks like a sword, like a machete blade shape, but it's at the tip of a long spear. I forget those long range weapons, what they're called, but I feel like Vince would have him dressed like something like that with samurai armor and shit on. Liv and CJ were at Coachella. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I haven't been the biggest Liv Morgan fan ever, and this since the really just this year, especially since Chamber, she you want to talk about gone from denied to undeniable for my opinion of her as a professional wrestler. It's getting hard for me to not look at her in a different light. I'm seeing Liv Morgan completely differently than I ever saw her before, and I don't, to a point where it's shocking me. I'm like, this can only be for one reason, and it's got to be her improvement. I don't just change my opinion on people that have stayed pretty much the same their whole career. If I initially don't like you, it's for a reason. And if you don't ever break yourself out of that mold or that reason why I don't like you, then I'll never really, either you will either you suck and I will continue to voice that, or you'll never improve to the point where I'll start looking at you and liking you now. Whereas before you were just nothing to me. Liv Morgan is improved so fucking much in my opinion that I'm starting to notice her a lot more. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Becoming a big fan of Liv Morgan out of nowhere. Even at the Hall of Fame, dude, like the outfits she's wearing and that confidence she's showing. I mean, there's just something not sexual, but there's just something I never really saw like that sexiness as a woman vibe with Liv Morgan before. Like she was cute to me, but I didn't look at her as like a girl that literally would like, walk in a room and I'd be like, God damn, who is that? Like I'd notice, I'd be like, oh, that girl's cute, but I wouldn't be like, who the fuck is that? And I feel like lately especially since that I think that chamber match did wonders for her self-confidence. She's acting and moving like her body language has been completely different. She's given like Stephanie Vaquer sexy vibes to me, and I never saw Liv Morgan like that ever, and I'm not complaining about it at all. If she can keep that momentum that she's got going, I like the push, like her push. Obviously, I wasn't really happy that I felt like they just kind of forced the belt. Like here, we're giving Liv Morgan the belt because Rhea's hurt last year, and I was not feeling it at all. And now we're a year later, and I'm less into Rhea Ripley than I've ever been, and I just got done putting over Liv Morgan. So what the fuck, dude? The world is gone topsy turvy, right? Yeah, right now she's got it, and she's got the aura with her. God bless her. That's only a good thing when you see a wrestler as being mid or just meh, not my cup of tea. It's very hard to get out of that mold when you're a fan of, and you see a wrestler like that. It's not easy at all for a wrestler to improve so much that you are like, what the fuck is going on with that person? Like, what? When did they learn how to do this, or how long have they been like this for? How weird is this? I don't know. I think that for me, WrestleMania. I was telling the chat at the beginning of my stream, like I watch it differently than all the other pay-per-views. Yeah, I get that the storylines from all the other previous pay-per-views and the weeklies play into tonight's show, and you want the outcomes to make sense, but realistically, the idea of WrestleMania is you take WrestleMania and you take it outside of the WWE bubble and you put it in its own little separate thing, away from the weekly, away from storylines of the other pay-per-views. You come in watching it like it's a spectacle different than anything else that WWE does all year, even though it's just what they do all year, just on a grandiose level. Um, and I was not into this WrestleMania build. I've been tweeting in JD's chat the last couple of weeks. I just can't wait for Monday after Mania and SmackDown after Mania. Um, and then I don't know, this last week, Monday Night Raw, and especially last night SmackDown got me really feeling the feels again. Sorry, chat, my cousin's calling me. Hello? Yo, what up? I'm live streaming right now. But yeah, I thought that was the plan. No, the NXT just did their pay-per-view, and now the pre-show to WrestleMania is on until I think the show starts at 4. Uh, whenever, probably when my stream's over. You gonna be at home? You're live on air right now, by the way. W's in the chat. All right, peace. What you saying? Oh, no shit, Future. You haven't watched it all for 4 months? Holy fuck. Sheesh. You must have been hella down on the product, or extremely busy, or both. Man, I couldn't go 4 months without watching something. Well, main roster, you said, or weekly. Sorry, you watched the pay-per-views, yeah? Because that's what I did. I quit Raw and SmackDown in 2017 and just literally came back to weekly product January of last year when The Rock came back, and we started getting the whole aura and the feels back. So what was that? That was 7 years I went without watching weekly WWE TV. That's the majority of the time I've been following JD. 7 of the 10, 11 years I've been following him was spent being anti WWE. People don't remember that though. But when you're sick in the head and you're obsessed with AEW, God bless. I hope you get the help you so desperately deserve. We had a 3-hour SmackDown, a 4-hour Hall of Fame, a 3-hour NXT Stand and Deliver. We're getting a 3-hour pre-show right now, a 6-hour WrestleMania Night 1. God knows how long their post-show's going for. And then we rinse and repeat today's whole process minus NXT all over again. 3-hour pre-show, 6-hour Mania, however long post-show. Then we got 3-hour Raw after Mania. Then we got NXT after Mania on Tuesday. Then we got Raw after SmackDown, SmackDown after Mania Friday. I mean, I for sure am not watching Dynamite on Wednesday just because of all the fucking WWE that there will have been on air up until that point. Thank God there's no WWE that I watch on Wednesday and Thursday. So I'll have a little bit of a breather before we get to SmackDown on Friday, next Friday. I don't really like that they're having that tag team match on SmackDown next Friday and not on WrestleMania. That kind of pissed me off about how y'all feel about it, but I do not know. I do not know. At some point, Chad, I'm going to have to go AFK to take my dog outside to the bathroom for a couple minutes. I better see every one of you back in here when I come back. Or I'll find where you live. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Sometimes life kind of just pulls you in a direction that you're not necessarily really wanting to go. Yeah, I can relate to that all too well, brother. You are not alone. AVS Stars Game 1 tonight. I don't know what that means. All good, bro. I appreciate you being in here chatting it up with me the time that you spent. Don't No obligation, bro. If you got to go do other shit or whatever, it's all good. Uh Hope you get some good to eat, brother. I don't know anybody that eats dinner at 4 p.m. But I guess your work schedule is kind of wonky, right? So, oh, Avalanche hockey. Oh, that's right. The fucking I forgot about NHL playoffs. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, bro. My brain totally farted. You'll probably be watching that, not WrestleMania, yeah? Or are you gonna watch Mania? If you do come back, bro, if you want to get up in the box and talk, like, so there's not a delay with the chat or whatever, and we can talk real time. If you want to do that, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. For whatever reason, nobody wants to pop up on the box with me. Everybody's shy. Everybody's shy. I've been pissing people off on Twitter. Look at the WWE. Look at, bro. Have you guys seen the shirt for El Grande Americano? That's fucking crazy, chat. I don't know if you can see it on my phone. Probably not. If I can get the damn thing to. Why is it green screening out my phone? That's so weird. Oh, it just shows it white. That's too bad. You guys got to go to the WWE shop and look at the Grande Americano t-shirt. Holy shit. It's giving vote for Pedro t-shirt vibes big time. So The Rock apparently 2 hours ago posted a video of him in Hawaii. So As it stands right now, he's not in Vegas. But I mean, there's a as that 2 hours ago, 6, 2 hours ago it was 11 in the morning, my time, which would be, I believe Hawaii's 4 hours behind me. I don't remember. But if it's a 6 hour flight and he left by noon my time, he could technically get to WrestleMania and oh, he's not even going to be. He's got plenty of time to get to Vegas before tomorrow night. I forgot that it's a 2 night Mania. He's not going to be. Yeah, they're not doing the Cody Rhodes Cena shit tonight. I don't know. Roman Reigns. He could get involved with the Roman Reigns Paul Heyman shit with Seth Rollins dressing like The Rock last night. Nobody would see that coming. Everybody thinks, because Cena sided with the devil and Cena sided with the final boss when he made his choice. He's forever aligned with Roman Reigns, right? So he could have be the swaying deciding factor, maybe the swerve that Mike Rouse was talking about for tonight's main one event. Everybody thinks Heyman's gonna go off with Seth, or some kind of swerve involving Heyman's gonna happen. Maybe the swerve is The Rock shows up for this match and helps Roman not retain, but win the match. Shabir Mamad. Hey, bruh. I am Shabir from South Africa and a big WWE fan. So then live in South Africa 2005, but tonight looking to see Cena versus Cody and more. What's up, Shabir? From South Africa, huh? Holy crap. Dang. I didn't realize that my stream was reaching a different continent. That's incredible. Thank you for being here, bro. Please hit that thumbs up if you don't mind. I forget. Future, do you know the wrestling company that's always promoting on Twitter? I forget what the name of it. It's and their ring is like well, they started out wrestling on like dirt with no ropes, and now I think they have a wrestling ring. But aren't they from? I don't know if they're from South Africa. They might be from like Ghana or I don't remember what part of Africa they're from. I know you know who I'm talking about though. I don't remember their name. I follow them on Twitter, but I can't think of it. From Congo? Yeah. Shout out Shabir Mamad. Sorry if I'm not saying your name right, brother. I appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, no mat wrestling or something. Because they wrestle on dirt. Or they used to. I think they have a ring now. At least they have ring ropes. Those dudes be taking bumps, bro. I'm not letting nobody slam me on the earth. Fuck that. I can't. My bracelet popped off and now I can't get it back on. I hate this. So I never take it off. God damn. Do 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 do. All right, future bro. I just seen your message that you'll hit me up in a bit. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. Kind of on a delay. Got you, bro. That phone call I just took chat was my cousin. I gotta I'm probably actually not gonna stay live for WrestleMania. I've been on for 2 hours and 10 minutes and my voice is already like my throat hurts already. I haven't done this in a while. And I think since so many people are doing watch-alongs and going live every fucking day of the week, I think I'll just do a reaction, like a review of WrestleMania instead of do the watch-alongs for WrestleMania. I might go live tomorrow again for like during the pre-show or something. Do a night two predictions before the show comes on. And then do obviously a review after that as well. But or I could do a review of night one tomorrow and give my predictions for night two, and then go live again Monday before Raw to talk about WrestleMania. Could do that. It's just hard when everybody you know in the circle that you know uh, is all live every single day of the week. Who's all up in the chat? I'm going to. Well, I'm not gonna see if my dog even needs to go outside to the bathroom. What time is it? Yeah, this is usually about the time she's got to go. So let me just check on her real quick, chat. All right, she's got to go, chat. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. We don't have to go far. Just about 20 steps from my front door. So I'll be right back. Yo, 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 yo. Aha, we got Mike Rouse listening to some 3 Days Grace, huh? I used to play that song in my little Honda when my son was a little kid, like little in a car seat, and I'd put on Let's Start a Riot, and he'd be in the back seat, like head banging with like the devil horns and shit. He'd be going crazy in the back seat to that song. They'd be going crazy, chat. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Isn't this shit on? Can y'all hear me? Testing, testing. Man, what's going on with WrestleMania right now? Is the pre-show on YouTube or what? Chat, do you know? Hello? Can someone hear me? Anybody there? Sorry, I was gone a little bit longer than I thought. My dog, it's a sunny day outside and my dog's trying to hang out outside and I'm like, "Oh, come on, man." Uh, I was like, I'm live on stream. Can't be out here for 10 minutes hanging out. Do your duty and let's go. It's a beautiful day in Vegas. Holy shit. Michael Cole is out of character. I really liked this part of the Hall of Fame last night. I love the new inducting immortal matches or immortal moments. I really liked this. I thought the trophy of a head half split down the middle of one Stone Cold side, one Bret Hart side was a dope ass looking trophy. I think both wrestlers were a bit taken aback by seeing it. I don't know that how they really felt. I don't know if they loved it right away, but I also know that they both look old as fuck already. So they're kind of yo, Yuri, bro, I joined your stream like I don't well, it's probably been like a week ago now. I tried talking to you in your chat, but I don't think you saw me, bro. I was in there for a few minutes. And I've been so busy since then, I haven't been able to make it back to another one of your streams, bro. And I've seen you go live a couple of times. But thank you so much for joining in, bro. How you doing? No. Has there been any word on the Rey Mysterio injury? Is he like out of the match? Is the match been canceled? Boom, 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 boom. Man, Undertaker tried to sell his wife as a great wrestler last night. Midmo Smart's calling me. Chat, when you see this guy, please inform him of how slow he is. Please, pretty please inform him of how slow he is. I changed his name last night. We were in my studio. We weren't live, but we were in the studio talking. I had switched his name to Midmo Jobber and told him how blind he was, and he kept going on and on and on about how he didn't get it. And I'm like, when you finally realize what I'm talking about, bro, at least an hour went by, and then he finally realized, hey, my name says Midmo Jobber. It was so funny. I was like, damn, I wish I would have been live for people to have seen that. Oh, what up, Yuri? I'm good today, bro. Today is like one of the first times in a really long time I feel like I can say I'm good. My pain level is not gone, but it's low today. I had 2 days, I think Tuesday and Wednesday of this past week, when I was with my dad. My pain was bad, bro, and I was out of my head. I couldn't think straight or nothing. So um, now my dad got on a plane home this morning, and I went on and on at the beginning of my stream on this I was on some emotional shit type shit, a rant, kind of, not really a rant, but just kind of explaining like what my week has been like, and the way it all ended, and then now being live for the first time in like a couple weeks or a week and a half, and it being WrestleMania in a few hours. The sun is shining. I'm happy today, bro. As happy as probably I can be, given a couple of unfortunate circumstances in my life that I have no control over. You kind of just got to learn to live with that shit, and roll with the punches. So that's what I'm trying to do. And today, I think I'm good today, bro. Thank you for asking. I don't know if that I'm rested. I had sunnies on because I had to go take my dog to the bathroom a few minutes before you joined. If you joined and I wasn't here, that's what I was doing. I just forgot I had him on, so I'm calmer today. I wanted to go live Monday because I told y'all that my stream time reset on Monday, so I wanted to do a live review, and that was my plan. But I also didn't want to waste hours of time knowing that my dad only had a week of being here when I haven't seen him in 5 years. I kind of wanted to just be able to get every. He wasn't staying at my place either. He stayed at a hotel, so there was a lot of hours where if he would have been staying with me, then I could have streamed and I wouldn't have felt bad about it. But since he had to leave in the evening and spend his nights at his hotel, I just wanted all the time with him that I could get. So and we had so much work, dude. We did so much this week, in terms of just dealing with my mom's estate and her storage unit and my apartment, and reorganizing and taking my son's room down, and just, I don't know. It's been difficult, hard work, emotional, just a whole bunch of shit rolled into one. So I wouldn't say that I'm rested, but I would say I'm relaxed, if that makes sense. I feel a little more at ease today about things than I've felt in about a year and a half. So my shoulders feel a little lighter right now, and I think it's going to do wonders for my mental health. I think the state of my mental health has been in such a deteriorated state, um, in the last year, that I think it contributed to me getting gallstones. If that makes sense, I think the stress that I'm under factored into that. So to have a big chunk of that stress lifted off of my shoulders is going to be huge, I think, for me going forward for the rest of the year. So yeah, we're good at that. And it's WrestleMania, you know, like normally WrestleMania is the beginning of April, which is my birthday, and even though it's later in the month this year, it's still WrestleMania season. So even when the build is shit like it's been, once we actually get to the WrestleMania time, it's like all that shit goes out the window for me, and I'm ready to fucking, like, that's how I started professional wrestling. Like my first I didn't know about any kind of weekly wrestling show back in the day other than whatever I ended up seeing was always like a pay-per-view, you know, and it just so happened that the very first time I ever saw professional wrestling was Andre and Hogan staring at each other in the ring for Mania 3. Before I was too old to comprehend even what professional wrestling was. So when that's your first image is WrestleMania, it's like, you know, everything else is kind of beneath that. So when we get to WrestleMania week, WrestleMania day even, it's like I just go into a completely different mode. Like I'm happier on WrestleMania than I am on my actual birthday. If WrestleMania falls on my birthday, those are the years that I consider good birthdays. Otherwise, I'd rather watch WrestleMania and celebrate WrestleMania than a birthday because I'm never ever sad on WrestleMania day ever. It's impossible for me to be sad when it's WrestleMania day. Impossible. I've been crashing out a lot lately in JD's chat and on Twitter the last couple of weeks, and I feel none of that today. And why my stream feed keeps cutting. SmackDown last November. Oh, they're going over the Naomi. They're going over the Naomi Jade Cargill shit. Okay, so this is pre-show stuff. So this is stuff that I don't really, because they're gonna also play this probably during WrestleMania too. Now, did y'all watch SmackDown last night? Did you see the women's segment and how they incorporated both of the triple threat match and then this situation together? I loved how they did that last night. I thought that was brilliant. Thought it was brilliant how Naomi came out to Bianca and was like, "No, no, no, you're not exempt. Like you've been ducking me." This storyline's been good, man. I know sometimes during the build when they don't talk about it, you know, for weeks at a time, it's like, what the fuck is going on with that? But when we get to the payoff and then they have enough footage to create this story, you know, put this story together in a package like this, and then it all makes sense. It all makes sense. Thanks everybody who's still in here. We just watching a little bit of pre-show now, giving some night one predictions. Is this match night one or is the other women's match tonight? Naomi snapped, bro. Sidro jokes leave much to be desired, Yuri. Please don't tell them in here. That's all I ask. Oh, for sure. I love Naomi. I've loved Naomi since the moment I first laid eyes on her as a Funkadactyl. Out of that whole group, her, Cameron, Brodus Clay, I didn't. It was the shining spotlight for me was always on Naomi. I'm like, damn, she's got some. I remember thinking the very first time I saw Brodus Clay with the girls, and they were doing their dance on the apron, and I'm like, that girl's gonna be around for a minute. Like you could just see it all over her. She had the aura. She really did. Agreed. Wade Barrett. Crowd is chanting New Day sucks. Does anybody know if the Rey Mysterio match with Grande America or no Rey Mysterio who's he having a match with? Chad Gable? No, what match was he having at WrestleMania? Was it Grande Americano, right? And Rey Mysterio? I don't know if that match has been canceled yet or not. Hey, welcome back, Future. What do you mean? Am I still going? I'm pretty sure at one point the Funkadactyls did face Lay Cool back in the day. Does Future know that's you, Yuri? I don't know if he knows if I don't. He hasn't been around in a while. I don't know if he knows your name change. What is Wade Barrett talking shit to Big E for? That's kind of weird. I'm tired of Pat McAfee now, man. They show him too much on WWE TV, and then you got his podcast, and then he's on ESPN, and it's like just everywhere I fucking turn, it's Pat McAfee. I can't get away from him. I can't get away fucking away from him, dude. Holy fuck. Not saying he's not good at what he does. It's just too much. You know what I mean? Too much of him. Too much of him. Michael Cole loves him so much it's actually backfiring on everybody, in my opinion. And I feel like I like when he goes away for the college football season and then he comes back. I'm like, cool. And then 2 weeks in, I'm like, okay, is college football starting again? You know what I mean? And at the beginning, it wasn't like that. But then they realized how good he was, and oh, okay, when WWE does catches something catches their eye, they gotta completely overexpose it and ruin it. You know, just how it bees like that. Sometimes, sometimes. Damn. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Does anybody know if the Rey Mysterio Grande Americano match has been canceled yet? Has there been any word on Rey Mysterio's injury? After he had to be carried to the back last night, which absolutely just sank my heart. Because the beginning of SmackDown last night was dope. And the Andre the Giant Battle Royal was by far the dopest one they've ever done. None of them have been dope. None of them have been good, in my opinion, except for last night. I was like, if they did the Battle Royals like this every WrestleMania, then I wouldn't be shitting on them. It was high energy and lit last night, in my opinion. And if you can hear my faucet in the background, I'm sorry, chat, because I don't want to just leave you in silence while I do this, but I got to make me a smoothie because I'm starting to feel a little bit woozy. Bars. Bars. Bars, bars. Damn, I forgot to wash the blender last night, and I am paying the price right now. The fucking thing does not want to become clean. When you make smoothies, chat, always rinse your blender right after. Don't let it sit in the sink, even for a couple hours. You will regret that when you do go to clean it. If you've got a blender that you can take the bottom part off and the blade off and like wash all three pieces individually or put them in the dishwasher, God bless. If you have a Vitamix like I do blender and that shit's all one solid unit, blade, bottom, and pitcher, you got to stick your hand down in there or like a brush or a wet paper towel, a sponge, something. And it is not the easiest apparatus to clean hardened dried smoothie off of, I'll promise you that. God damn, this shit sucks. Hopefully you also don't have to have like a regimented smoothie routine in your diet or yeah, in your eating plan like I have to do now. I've eaten salad every day for a meal, you know, obviously different types like chicken Caesar, or I've been really fucking with the market fresh salad at Chick-fil-A is really good because for being like low fat, low calorie, low sugar, it's one of the better salads I've had. That and having to blend like spinach and kale and shit into a smoothie with oats and blueberries and strawberries is it's not the tastiest, chat. I ain't gonna lie, it's not the fucking tastiest, especially when you're not sweetening it. I'm not putting sugar in it, I'm not putting honey in it, I'm not putting stevia in it, I'm not putting agave in it. I'm not even using honey because I can't even use bananas because there's too much sugar content in a banana. So the smoothie is not, it's not bitter, but it's not sweet either. So it's not really the easiest to drink like when you go get a Jamba Juice or something. It's been absolutely very difficult to get used to this lifestyle, and it's expensive as shit too. I'm buying berries. I had to learn the hard way though. I use fresh spinach, not frozen, because it's cheap. But the berries I buy frozen because it's way cheaper to. It's only $10 to buy 3 pounds of frozen berries. So I buy a 3-pound bag of strawberries and a 3-pound bag of blueberries. And those 2 bags right there is $20. I gotta use a specialty yogurt that's expensive. I can't use dairy milk, so I gotta use some kind of milk with either oat milk or like cashew milk or almond milk or some shit. all unsweetened, so none of it really has flavor. So yeah, like when I drink it, it's just like it's not sweet, it's not bitter, it's not really, you don't really taste the berries that much, because everything kind of just cancels each other out. So it's not like, I mean, I've had a lot worse things tasting that I've drank before. It's not by any means the worst. It's just not, when you're doing it day after day. It gets old real fast. And man, I was at the grocery store with my dad last night, and this motherfucker is 73 years old. He's buying beef jerky sticks. He's buying like what the hell was he eating? And I'm like, bro, your body handles all that, right? I'm like, bro, I'm mid 40s and my body shut down, dog. Like, I guess I didn't get my abdomen, my intestinal what do you call it? My internal guts. Like those genetics, I guess, didn't come from my dad's side. I don't know, man. He's just eating whatever he wants whenever he wants still at 73, and God bless him. I'm like, damn, dude. I was hella jealous of him last night because when we checked out, my items were. I'm lucky that I found like I haven't really been snacking. I have had no candy for the longest period of time, probably in my life, since I got sick. I've probably had candy at least once a week, if not more, since I can remember. I don't sit there and eat gobs and like wads of it, but I'll pick up a little box of like lemon heads or something. Um, a payday or pretty much every time I go to the grocery store, I would, get a little something sweet. Not in abundance, but yeah, I can't do that anymore. So I've been afraid to eat anything with any kind of sugar, or I've been afraid to eat chips because of the fat content. Anything that'll trigger those gallstones. I've stayed away from all junk food for 2 months. So we were at the grocery store, and I was like, you know what? I'm craving some chips, dude, but I can't buy any of the like normal brands. So I had to go down the organic aisle, and I don't know if you guys have heard of the brand called Popcorners or whatever, but they make a Dorito style chip, but it tastes like its taste and texture is kind of like a rice cracker. Um, Anyway, the macros are basically zilcho on that. There's really hardly any. There's no saturated fat, only 6 grams of fat total, I think, and like basically zero sugar, 1 gram of sugar. So I was like, oh, those macros, I can eat those, and they won't fucking trigger my gallstones. And I was so happy to find something that mimicked a chip, kind of, that I could snack on. I'm like, but it was $5 for the bag, and I was just like, damn, dude. Really, if you're wanting to eat healthy, you're gonna have to pay. It is going to cost you. So let me just finish making my smoothie real quick, and I'll be back on the thing. Damn, I'm out of almond milk. Shit. What y'all's most look? What's the match y'all are looking forward to the most tonight from night one? I'm assuming Punk and Rollins and Reigns, right? Is that everybody's fave? Like which one you want to see the most? Is there any other matches you're really looking forward to besides that obvious one? I'm just saying, man. They've been teasing heavy. Rollins been instigating, right, with Punk and Roman and Heyman. And this past week they made it really look, especially last night. Even JD was like, "Are they really like they're really about to do this with Heyman and Seth?" I feel like they're making it too obvious now, though. So I gave my prediction on that earlier. You can, if it means that much to you, you can go back to the beginning and check that out, if you so choose. But it's I just got the sneaky suspicion that it's going. Heyman and Roman have just had this plan all along, and they're going to be more united than ever after this thing is all said and done tonight. I'm sorry, chat, but nobody's brought up the fact about WrestleMania 31 during this whole thing. So the night of their Punk and Rollins cage match at Madison Square Garden, um, I was the one that came up with that scenario. Heyman siding with Seth, and every motherfucker said that don't make sense. Like, why would that happen? I was like, I know, but that's why it makes sense to me. Because they don't need each other, and why would they do that? Sounds kind of hokey, right? But sometimes when a storyline is, when you have those parameters in a storyline, sometimes that makes for, you would never see it coming, and it ends up being like an epic holy shit, like what type of deal, right? But as the weeks have carried on, they've been alluding to this Seth Rollins Heyman alliance, kind of, in my opinion, and I'm like, now they're making it a little too obvious. So what I've been noticing is Roman Reigns, his reactions to Paul Heyman, him walking right past Paul Heyman, him pushing Paul Heyman down, using the word betrayal, uh, the feeling that he's getting from CM Punk, oh, wise man, when he told him a few weeks back, uh, I so appreciate you serving up your tribal chief to me on a silver platter or whatever. And then Roman kind of turns around and looks at Paul Heyman like, wait, what? You set me up? You know, and so Punk's playing on Roman's insecurity, making things look a certain, like Paul's, being a certain way. This is all playing doubt in Roman Reigns' mind on, who the wise man is to him. And it's making us viewers think, okay, some swerve is coming, right? I think the swerve is going to be on the fans, because everybody's thinking it's either going to be Punk. I've seen Punk's winning, and I've seen Rollins is winning from everybody. I've not seen one person say Roman's winning the match. Why would he, right? Because he won. Well, no, he lost to Cody last year. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. For my money, Roman Reigns is 10 years ago, what happened? He was facing Brock Lesnar, right? We're at the beginnings of the big dog. And Rollins comes in and screws him. You mean to tell me that Roman Reigns has forgotten what a geek he looked like in that scenario? And what? Seth Rollins ain't getting another one over on Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. I'm sorry, he's not. They're gonna make their tribal chief they're gonna undo what they did for the last 7 years and make him look like a buffoon? I don't think so. Seth Rollins to me is not winning today. That's just my opinion. Whether you feel like that's an illogical take or goofy or nonsensical or whatever, that's fine. I just, from the way my brain works, I don't see Roman. I don't see Roman, getting tricked by anybody here. I feel like the trick is coming on us. Whoa, that sounded crazy. The trick is, what's a better word? Pause. Fuck. I'm trying to be fast with this damn smoothie, and there's so many damn ingredients that I gotta get out and then put away, because everything is perishable. So I can't just let nothing. I gotta seal everything back up and put it back in the fridge or the cupboard right away. Almost there, Chad. Almost there. Almost there. I'm not a fan of coconut, and I gotta eat this yogurt that's basically just blend. They take coconut meat and they blend it until it, I guess, becomes a yogurt-like consistency, and then they put live cultures in it, like yogurt has and stuff. The texture is exactly like yogurt, bro. It's crazy how smooth and creamy it is. The problem for me is I've never been a fan of the flavor of coconut, and judge me if you will. I don't hate it, but I just don't like it. And I think because as a kid I had coconut flavored artificially stuff like candy and whatever, and um, we were always like we always lived in a hot place in the summertime, so we were always out in the sun wearing suntan oil, and that stuff's artificially flavored coconut stuff tastes like the smell of tanning lotion to me. That pina colada kind of smell. And so every time I would have coconut, it would make me think I was eating tanning oil, and it would put me off. It would make my stomach turn. I'd feel sick. So I just don't care for the taste of coconut. But the yogurt is pretty fucking spot on. And the macros on it are like I need low sugar, but I don't want to eat no, like when you drink the zero Coke Zero and shit and that no sugar stuff. That's all chemically processed sugar. That they soak in a chemical that takes the calorie out of it, and it's still the sugar granule. Like Splenda is still sugar. It's just heavily chemically treated sugar. Um, so I don't want to put any of that. Like I'm not trying to eat any of that. I just need as low sugar naturally as possible. And if you don't want to have stevia or agave or honey or any of that, then I recommend that's the way to go. But let me blend this up real quick. All right, it's blended. Now I just gotta pour it. Thank you for being patient with me on that. I'm just on a strict diet, and the times and the fucking all this shit I gotta do now, man. I gotta go way out of my way to do all this kind of stuff, and I'm not used to it. And if I eat the wrong things, I go into excruciating pain. If I don't eat often enough, I go into excruciating pain with these gallstones. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you don't eat the right kind of food and often enough, you go into pain. So eat eat the wrong food, you're in pain. And if you avoid food because you don't want to go into pain due to eating food, then you also go into pain. So it's kind of an oxymoron. You're fucked both ways. So it forces you to. I have no choice but to like this. These are the only kind of things like that I can eat. Like these fucking god awful paste tasting smoothies. Like I'd much rather have a Jamba Juice and shit, but sugar. Come on, last bit out of there. Come on. Come on. Shout out to everybody that stopped by my stream today. The ones that are still in here. Whoever you are, I can't see you at the moment, but I'll see you in a second. Just the lesson that I preached at the beginning of this whole little smoothie operation about rinse your blender right away. I got to do that right now because I don't want to be a hypocrite. And I don't want to clean this. I don't have to scrub this thing again like I just did 10 minutes ago. It was awful. It's better to just run hot water, Fill it up with hot water and swirl it around. Get all that gunk out of there easy while it's still wet and movable before it solidifies. See, I'm almost done already, just rinsing it. Save yourself real hassle. Now I understand why all these goddamn streamers are gym rats and fitness freaks. It's dawned on me. If you're a big time streamer and you stream a lot of hours regularly, and you're not regularly active, your blood will turn into sludge. It will literally your body's filters, like your kidneys and your gallbladder, will literally start, like the bile that they produce will literally start to get thick and turn into sludge, which is what happened to me. And that will cause the formation of gallstones. And um, I've had both kidney stones and gallstones, and it's I've been in car accidents, skiing accidents. I've had head trauma more than one time in my life. I've broken bones, and none of the pain I've experienced ever in life compares to kidney stone and gallstone pain. It will cripple you. You will fall to your knees. It will make your eyes roll up in your head. You'll start to think like either you're dying or you're having a seizure. Um, it will make your brain start to panic, and you think you're losing your life. Literally, you're like, "Am I dying? I've never felt like what the fuck this is. Did I get shot? Like what happened?" It's very confusing, especially the first time you get it. So I see now why they all go to the gym regularly. Oh, here we are, talking Charlotte Flair. Yeah, this promo last night was weird. She said some weird things last night in that promo. Yeah, brown smoothie chat. Yum. It's not a chocolate milkshake. That's what happens when you mix blueberries and spinach and oats together. And like I said, it's not. It ain't sweet. It's not bitter. It literally. I guess it kind of tastes like oatmeal a little bit, but it's like nothing. It's like a nothing shake. There's no taste. It's so weird. Um, Street Profits, DIY, and MCMG were fighting in a TLC tonight. Oh yeah, no, the fact that we're getting a TLC match in 2025, but it's on SmackDown next week, that pissed me off. Gout, yeah, I think my dad's battling gout right now. I got Roman for the match. Vegas will be flooded because of Issa. Yuri says, nice. I'm gonna leave that one alone. I'm sorry you have seizures, Yuri. I'm sure that shit absolutely sucks. They need to get rid of the Flash. I love Ray Phoenix's entrance. I think it's so badass. However, if you suffer from seizures, I can see it not being that great for you. Yeah. John Cena got a fresh haircut. I haven't seen him with a fade in a long time. He didn't take his hat off last night, but he had a fresh fade. If he comes out to Doctor Thugonomics tomorrow, bro, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna mark out so fucking hard. I'm gonna lose my mind. Wow, I got a bunch of people in here. Thank you for showing up and kicking it with me before WrestleMania. Yeah. Yeah, they come unexpectedly. I feel that. Well, Yuri, I'm sorry you deal with that, and here's to however long you've been seizure free. I hope you go that same amount of time from today. I hope you get another block, the same amount of that block of time seizure free. Uh, Charlotte Flair's nose literally goes the opposite direction it used to. She used to have like a beak nose, and now it sinks in. She got it completely shaved in. Like I don't know. That's crazy. She looks so different to me. I also thought it was weird during the build of this match that they were having Tiffy and Charlotte wear this almost the same attire every time they faced each other. I was like, why? I didn't understand that. Do you think that Charlotte came back to win the Rumble to lose at Mania? Charlotte's not. I don't think Charlotte's losing, guys. I know everybody thinks Tiffy's retaining, but I don't think Charlotte's losing. She's been the biggest Nepo hire, Nepo push the company's had since she showed up. Hunter Hearst Helmsley! Bow down to the king. What up, Robert Glenn? How we living? Damn, I've been live for over 3 hours already. There's no way. An hour and like 10 minutes in it, I said it felt like 4 hours, but now that I'm 3 hours in it, only still feels like I've only been doing it an hour. Oh yeah, they carried him off. I'm telling that Andre the Giant Battle Royal last night was so fucking dope. The way it all ended and played out was legit. They did a good job with it. What are y'all watching the pre-show on? Sun's out. Sun's out. It's WrestleMania time. About to get some snacks and at 7-Eleven should be a dope time. What's 7-Eleven? Is that some Muslim Arabic halal store you go to where you're from, Robert? I don't know. 7-Eleven sounds like Salam Alaikum. No disrespect. Ah. Oh, I got it, Future. Oh, 7-Eleven. Send me limb. Oh, I get it now. Hey, look at Stephanie McCurry. They made sure to get her full body figure on the camera on the left side. God damn. Yeah. Andrade's there? AAA president? What? Ray Phoenix, Penta? What has happened? What acquisition? Future said it's 7-Eleven in Pakistan. Is it really? It sure feels like that when you walk in. So AAA is getting recognized at WrestleMania? Are they partnering? Lucha, Lucha. This is sick. Oh, there's Rey Mysterio. Wow, they're partnering with WWE. That's insane that this is happening. Damn. What about Quick Trip, just not gas station? Thank you, come again. Thank you, come again. Look at all the Lucha Underground dudes behind Triple H. Andrade, Santos Escobar, Rey Mysterio, Penta, Phoenix. Half of the people standing up there are from Lucha Underground. WWE is coming to Mexico, people. They're coming. Wow, I just got chills hearing that. Worlds Collide is happening. That's insane, man. Legend. 619, 619. San Juan, Puerto Rico. Ray Phoenix. Dragon Lee. Who's that guy with the shaved head? That's Triple H's guy, Andrade. Stephanie is over. What? What? Oh, uh, Vikingo is on WWE TV. Oh, Tony fumbled. Tony fumbled another one. Holy shit! Vikingo is on WWE TV. Oh my god, man. The IWC Twitter is probably already exploded. I can't even find my phone. Hold on, bro. What have I done with my fucking phone? Oh my god. Am I stupid or am I stupid? I'm watching fucking WrestleMania on my phone. I literally got up and walked out of the room to look for my phone. Jesus Christ, man. Really. Hold on, chat. I gotta take a picture of this real quick. Hang on. Um. Um. Oh yeah. I couldn't think of it. Um. All right, sorry, chat. I had to text. I can't watch this stream that I'm on and text at the same time. It won't let me bring up a window on my phone to watch it. So I have to back out of it. Oh shit. What'd Rey Mysterio say? My prediction that Rey Fenix last night that Rey Fenix would take over for Grande Americano. So it's gonna be Phoenix with Grande or what? Yeah, they literally just bought out AAA. Yeah, this is not a drill. I called this last night. How crazy! Because I originally predicted that Grande Americano was going to be Rey Fenix, and that's how they were going to debut Rey Fenix. And now here we are 2 months later, and it's Rey Fenix versus Grande Americano at WrestleMania. So we got both Lucha Brothers at WrestleMania. Holy shit! We got Vikingo on WWE TV. We're about to get a shit, dude. WWE just snuffed out the Lucha company right out from underneath AEW. They snagged TNA, they snagged WWE, and The Rock was wearing a New Japan T-shirt in that tweet a couple days ago. They're gonna get and New Japan's been gutted with Jeff Cobb leaving. The who's who of who's Tetsuya Naito is leaving New Japan. They've been gutted. I bet WWE's next announcement is they bought New Japan, and when that happens, AEW is gonna die because there's nowhere left for Tony Khan to get talent unless it's come from WWE. That's wild. They are literally going for AEW's jugular. What is JD saying about this? What has JD said about this, chat? Brian Last 3 minutes ago said, which company will buy out New Japan? I'm tweeting. Vikingo was just on WWE TV. Tony, you're on some generational losing streak, bro. You're on some generational taking L's, like consecutive L's. I've never seen this before. I mean, Triple H is and the powers that be, whether Vince has had a say, Vince has had some. I'm sure Vince is giving his input to Triple H and Ari Emanuel. He has to be. So I know that Vince is still in their ear, and with the business acumen of TKO and Ari Emanuel as just being in the business for as long as he's been doing Hollywood and being an agent and whatnot. They knew exactly how to snuff AEW out. Triple H has been playing long ball this whole time. I'm telling you right now, AEW won't be AEW will not exist in 2030. I'd be surprised if if it exists still in 2028. Hashtag Tony fumbled another one. Get it trending. Hashtag Tony fumbled another one. That's insane that they just bought AAA. That's crazy. I don't know if that's going to end up being a good thing or a bad thing, but it certainly exposes a lot, dude. The entire world of Mexico and lucha libre wrestling is now going to be shown worldwide. I mean, this is fucking bananas. People, I mean, yeah, the internet's already lost their shit over this. Raj Giri, everybody's like, what? It's cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. JD says one company is playing chess, the other playing checkers. This is bananas, man. That's groundbreaking. Uh, WWE knew what to do from day one, and they played the long ball. They've been playing the long game, and what they did was they gave Tony Khan enough rope, and he did exactly what they knew he was going to do. He's hung himself with it. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. Damn. A thread of wrestlers and media caught sleeping during the Hall of Fame. You won't believe who dozed off. I gotta see this. Booker T, Jay Uso, Eric Bischoff, Naomi, Logan Paul, Montez Ford, all in the same shot, all of them sleeping. Someone sat there out like a light. Jade is holding on for dear life. Another shot of Booker T down for the count. Solo Sikoa and LA Knight. Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch, eyes closed, dreams booked, it says. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Chris Van Vliet. Chris Van Vliet's asleep. That's crazy. Shout out Chris Van Vliet, by the way. Love that dude. Really, really important fixture for the IWC, that guy. I don't care what anybody says. As important as I feel JD is to the IWC, I feel equally the same about Chris Van Vliet. Wait, WWE giving's free old PPV. Yeah, yeah. It's the WWE Vault. I've been watching that shit since it came out a few weeks ago. Tommaso Ciampa shaved his beard? No, we don't. No, they're not gonna buy Dragon Gate or CZW, Yuri. Holy shit, bro! I didn't know you were into that kind of shit. 91% of the bets are on the Rockets to win the series against the Warriors. We need to put money on the fucking Warriors. That means, because they ain't fixing to lose to no motherfucking Rockets in round one. I promise you that. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Who we got? Gunther or Jey Uso? Oh, I got you, Yuri. No, people like I get. So remember when WWE bought WCW, and it was like, okay, how does a monopoly? How is that good for the wrestling business? There's nowhere for the discarded wrestlers to go, right? What wrestlers that are leaving WWE when their contracts end? What wrestler went to AAA? What wrestler went to TNA? None of them. The ones that left went to AEW. Okay. So we can't look at this as like the same situation, and here's why. Where does AEW go for new talent? Yes, they take WWE castaways, but TK was the one that did the Forbidden Door, right? He started the partnership with New Japan. He brought all the luchadors over and was doing that partnership with AAA. Am I high? I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. So now WWE has made it. They've reduced AEW's lifelines by 2/3. Now there's only one avenue for them. There's only one avenue for them. WWE, Triple H never, he didn't just say, now that AAA is coming over, we're taking all of the talent and putting them in WWE. I firmly believe that AAA will still exist as a brand. I firmly believe that the people that were running it will have some form of it, say so, or position within WWE regarding AAA. I just think this wasn't done. I don't look at this as like a monopoly thing. I look at this as just trying to snuff AEW's ass out. To see, I thought it was Vikingo stand there, but I wasn't gonna say because I didn't want to be wrong. But I'm like, there's no way I'm seeing Vikingo on WWE TV right now. I didn't believe my eyes. Couldn't fucking believe my eyes. I mean, my immediate reaction. What is Tony Khan doing? He's on some generational fucking losing streak. He's losing all his top talent. The partnerships he's had with the other promotions in the last couple of years have all fucking sided with WWE. We got TNA, we got fucking this AAA shit that just got announced. Yeah, New Japan is next. New Japan is next. The Rock wouldn't have wore that T-shirt for no reason. That was to let the world know that negotiations are happening, and that they're at least inquiring about the acquisition of New Japan. That's crazy, dude. This is. I can't believe that they fucking bought out AAA. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Gunther better win. I can see how. I see how you see it that way, Future. But you haven't been watching Weekly Product though either, you know. Oh, shout out Matthew. What's up, homie? Welcome, welcome, bro. Chris Van Vliet did one with Issa. I don't know when he'll have it out. Did one what? What are you talking about? To quote Gunther, he took a bath in Jimmy Uso's blood. I mean, watch the vignette. It's playing right now. Wait, Chris Van Vliet interviewed Issa? Like this like this week for WrestleMania weekend? No shit. I had no idea. I've been busy all week. I haven't really paid attention to my For You page on Twitter at all. That's amazing. Shout out to Issa. I love her. Awesome for her, man. I'm happy for her. So happy for her. What do you mean the point thing, Matthew? Yeah, Tony Khan hung fucking WWE just sat there and let Tony Khan just operate, right? And they paid attention to the moves that he makes and stuff, and they just went right behind him and just what what they just made all these little secret moves until they got in front of him. And Tony Khan woke up at some point, probably the day of whatchamacall, with all the shit with CM Punk went down, and it became cl- clearly evident shortly after that once he got behind and lost all that momentum, it's a wrap. JD posted on Twitter. Let me see, bro. Give me a second. The fuck, Tommaso Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa, and he fucking cut the shit out of his chin too. Worlds Collide taking place at the Kia Forum on June 7th with AAA. That's madness. This is fucking bananas. I'm looking. I don't Did AJ Styles cut off all of his hair? I think AJ Styles cut off his hair, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Is that him now? Jinder Mahal is taking pictures with Mariah May somewhere in Vegas. He posted an hour ago. And the fact that we're seeing Mariah May with WWE superstars in pictures, she posted a video. Her and Britt Baker posted a video together yesterday. You're not seeing Mariah May on AEW TV again, boys and girls. Just accept that now and move on. Fuego del Sol has announced his departure from GCW. I think. Isn't that where he's from? Where's Fuego del Sol is done? Or is he retiring? Or is he coming to WWE? Ups, downs, everything in between. I've been selfish in doing this for me. Now it's time to focus on my family and feeding them. I've left everything I had left in the ring, including my boots. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all for everything. Fuego is done. Crazy that Penta and Rey Fenix have WrestleMania matches like fucking weeks into their WWE debuts, bro. I mean, it's bananas. What comes around goes around. Part 3. Stay tuned, says Conan. WrestleMania Night 1. The WrestleMania keepable chairs look pretty sick this year. Look, oh, Triple H, here it is. I see it, Matthew. The post of Triple H pointing at Vikingo, doing the pose, and he like this, like how he always does with the NXT guys. Holy shit, bro. Vikingo and Triple H is fucking insane. What am I seeing? I mean, that's crazy. That picture right there is insane. See, look at what Triple H said. Exactly what I just said. This partnership will guarantee that AAA remains the premier destination for wrestling in Mexico. They're not snuffing it out. They're not getting rid of AAA. They just now have to say so. Now Tony Khan can't poach talent from there. That's what this means. That's what that was done for. WWE's not trying to take over Mexico. They're trying to get involved and get their foot into the Mexican into Mexico themselves, in a bigger footprint in Mexico. But they got enough to deal with Europe and America, I would think. Let AAA stay AAA. They're not trying to get rid of it. But now Tony Khan can't. Now Tony Khan can't incorporate AAA into anything that he does. So it was cutting a lifeline for AEW. So they cut TNA and they cut AAA. Now there's only one more. There's only the three-headed dragon. There's only one head left. And when the last dragon head is cut off, then what? There's only one place for AEW to get talent from. And at this point, WWE, who's leaving WWE? Not many. WWE's got an influx of people about to come in. They're heading for the hills in AEW. You got Mariah May already talking about wanting to be out. Britt Baker's in fucking Vegas posting with. I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah, NJPW is next. 100%. 100%. I've been live for almost 4 hours, chat. I think 3 hours and 45 minutes is a pretty good amount of time for being back on a stream. My throat's killing me. I've talked a lot. I don't think CMLL is as big of a deal because CML in America, CMLL or in Mexico is I mean the big dog is AAA, right? I don't think necessarily that WWE should even be interested in getting CMLL. I don't think that they're a big time enough promotion that it would really make a dent in anything. I don't know what they would get out of partnering or buying CMLL. They don't need to, in my opinion. Not saying you're wrong. Just from how I see things. But wouldn't be surprised if they do, because, you know, that's what WWE, they're the big whale that comes around and eats up all the little fish. They've been doing that since 2000. So if y'all ain't used to it by now, I mean, we're 25 years in. Don't know what to tell ya. And right as I'm ending my stream for 4 fucking hours, this little geeky goober pops into my chat. What a buffoon. I told you, chat, didn't I tell you to tell this guy how slow he is? Be sure to let him know. Be sure to let him know. Cabeza en la culo. Cabeza en la culo. That's what you're busy with. Kids are dancing circles around you. They're probably watching you if I fucking know you right. Goof. Been talking for 4 fucking hours and I'm literally about to get out of here and you're fucking yo. How are the people I communicate with on a part-time basis all up in here, including Future, been in here the whole time, bro. Otis popped in here. I was AFK, so I didn't see it until like way after he was in here, so I felt bad, but he popped in here. Rage popped in here. Somebody must be getting in some of their ears because they don't usually pop in, especially Otis. No, I wouldn't have been mad. I would have no. I told Midmo Smark last night when we were talking. I said if Ray's too injured to go, then it's probably going to be Ray Phoenix to wrestle Grande Americano, and the sure shit, that's exactly what they announced. So I knew it was going to be Ray Phoenix, but I mean, I obviously didn't know that WWE was going to just announce that they bought AAA. So now that they've just announced that they bought AAA and they had Triple H outside the venue and all the AAA people and Vikingo, like Midmo, did you saw Vikingo on WWE TV standing next to Triple H and there's a picture of Triple H pointing at him? Tony Khan fucked up again, bro. Just saying. Yeah, they bought AAA, bro. That's fucking crazy. Worlds Collide will be fucking sick. Dude, Ray Phoenix, Penta, Dragon Lee, Andrade, dude, versus Vikingo and like the AAA side of things and WWE's Lucha side of things, dude. Worlds Collide is about to be a fucking Lucha Thanksgiving feast, bro. No cap. Yeah, Vikingo is so good. I remember watching him in AEW. He's very good. In fact, he had that match, was it with Beast Mortos when Beast Mortos debuted? And they had a sick ass match. Yeah, that's a crazy acquisition to get AAA, man, because that's one of the bigger promotions globally that's left. It's pretty much WWE, AAA, and New Japan, and right in terms of like the big names. Um, well, yeah, AEW won't be poaching talent from AAA anymore. Those days are over. Vikingo looks stoked, bro, didn't he? In this photo on Twitter, he looks happier than a motherfucker. He's like, damn, I'm about to get finally paid. And isn't his brother Roosh? No, who's Roosh the brother of? I hope Roosh ends up in WWE too. What? Hey, real quick before I get out of here. Last night, the end of SmackDown, Cody now has put John Cena to sleep twice. I mean, it's. I am 99.9% sure John Cena is winning number 17. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cena is winning number 19. Because when John Cena picked up Cody in the FU, I was like, no, because 9 times out of 10. Now there is a small chance that Cena's not going to win. We don't know if we're going to get interference from The Rock or how it's going to play out. So there's still that. Cena could still win 17, maybe just not at WrestleMania, right? It all depends on how it plays out. But the fact that Cody has now gotten over on Cena two times, it's hard for me to see Cena not winning tomorrow. Yeah, 17 time. Greatest of all time. I appreciate you guys for being here. Now that I have the most people in my chat and I gotta go. All of you that popped in here and shouted me out, shared my stream, liked it, hung out here with me, talked to me the whole time. Future, great to see you, bro. If you're watching WrestleMania today, I'll be on Twitter, so if you want to DM, it's all good. Yeah, but okay, Roosh would go to TNA, but who's his brother? I thought, part of me wondered if The Rock and Cody have something drummed up. I'm not gonna lie, not a big enough part of me to have like voiced it or vocalized it, but I kind of thought of it. I kind of thought, there's a chance that maybe Cody is in with The Rock because we haven't seen, and Cena's comment last night about while you were off uh, giving watches to people or whatever. That was the reference to The Rock, right? But I felt like that was a negative reference from Cena. So I thought, Cena never actually came out and said he sided with The Rock. He looked at The Rock, and The Rock assumed in that moment, oh, okay, and did the throat slash, right? Cena still has not acknowledged that he sided with The Rock. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we still haven't gotten the person that sided with The Rock yet. And they did show an advertisement. Rock did promote Drew McIntyre for some athletic clothing line on Twitter yesterday. And I did say originally that I thought the person that was going to sell their soul to The Rock was going to be Drew McIntyre. So there's still a possibility. We still don't know. I don't know. I'm just so excited for this weekend to play out. But shout out everybody. I got 10 people in here now. What the fuck? Who's all popping in here now that I'm leaving? Shout out to you guys for showing up, for popping in. I appreciate you all. But I got to get out of here because I got to go get set up to watch WrestleMania. And my predictions, real quick. Jey Uso is new heavyweight champion. The problem is I don't know all the matches that are on night one. So I think Roman's winning tonight. I think him and Paul Heyman are going to reveal that they've been, something's going to happen that's going to make it. I just don't. I can't forget about WrestleMania 31 and Rollins getting over on Seth Rollins. I mean, Rollins getting over on Roman Reigns in that match with Brock Lesnar and cashing in. I just don't. I find it hard to believe Roman would be naive enough to forget that and allow him to be caught in a position for Rollins to get over on him and steal his wise man. I just don't believe it. And while initially I thought that Rollins and Heyman were going to align, everybody said it doesn't make sense. And then they started to tease it on TV more that that's the way they were going. So then everybody got on board with it. And then about a week and a half ago, I started to think Roman's just looking kind of bozo-y in certain lights with all this. And he's kind of showing you that he ain't trusting really Paul Heyman or anything that's going on right now. It's like Roman's just on an island on his own island of relevancy without anybody. So I can see it playing out where everybody's assuming, oh, Punk, and because I've not seen one person say Roman's winning. Maybe, obviously Issa. Shout out to Issa because she will always pick Roman. But with the male podcasters, I've not seen one of them pick Roman. Everyone's going Punk or Rollins, and that's making me feel like it's going to be revealed. Like Roman's, Heyman's going to go to Roman at some point. Like you thought, how did you think that I would ever turn my back on you? Like Heyman's going to do something to prove his loyalty in this match to Roman Reigns, I think, and it's going to help Roman Reigns get over. So that's my prediction for the night's one main event. Jey and Gunther kicking it off. Jay's winning. It's like a bloodline. It's like a bloodline night one. You know what I mean? Jay and are they doing Jacob Fatu tonight or tomorrow? Because he's also winning. So if that match is on tonight, then I pick Jacob Fatu. I don't know if Naomi and Jade is tonight or the women's triple threat. I think is tomorrow. So that means Jade and Naomi are tonight. The storyline is still ongoing and it's still pretty new. Does Jade lose her first WrestleMania? Does Naomi lose so soon into this heel turn? If she does, how does she lose? Because it's important how she loses then. Yeah. Who do you got, Matthew? Because I want to say Naomi, but I don't know. If Naomi loses, there will be a reason why, and it won't be it won't be a knock against Naomi. But it's hard for me to pick one. But I think Naomi should win, obviously. Maybe Jade will, like, she'll do something so dastardly to Jade that Jade will get counted out. You know what I mean? And then Jade's not pinned. Something like that'll happen. So I'll go Naomi. How many matches tonight? 7. So we have Jay, Naomi. Oh yeah, Tiffy wins. Yeah. Oh no, I don't know. I don't think they had Charlotte Flair come back and win the easiest, obvious, most predictable Royal Rumble just to lose at WrestleMania to Tiffy time already. They're just gonna feed Charlotte Flair to Tiffany, their first match. I don't see that. I don't see how much, especially if Goat Cena's winning 17 times to surpass Ric Flair. They're gonna need to give. They're still gonna need to mention a Flair name with the 17 time. And isn't Charlotte Flair tied with her dad also at 16 right now? I just think that they're gonna give it to Charlotte. I don't want her to win, but that's who I think is winning. You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? So we've covered the women's match. We've covered what are the mid card matches? So what are we getting? U.S. title tonight, or are we getting Intercontinental title tonight? Boom, boom, beam. Okay, she's at 14. So another win would put her at 15. That'd be put her one closer. I don't know if she'll break her dad's record then, but she'll definitely tie it. She'll definitely have 16. They might end her up with 16 like her father. U.S. title tonight. So yeah, it's a bloodline. It's a bloodline night tonight. It's Jey Uso's winning. It's Jacob Fatu's winning, and Roman Reigns is winning. Those are my predictions. I think those are all the matches. I'll try to pop in and show you all some love in the chat. Future. Have a good stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with me the whole time, bro. It was so good to see you. I hope you're well, bro. I really do. And if you're not, hit me up. And just know that if anybody knows that, shit doesn't last shit forever. There will be some breaks at least here and there. You just got to learn to pace yourself and ride the lightning until those breaks reveal themselves, Hang in there, bro. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the New Day and the War Raiders because I actually don't care. I'd rather see the TLC match that we have to wait till next Friday to see than this match. So New Day's probably winning. New Day's probably winning. The Viking-themed team came out in the Minnesota Vikings stadium a week and a half ago to absolute crickets. That didn't make no sense to me. So I'm pretty sure they're going to put the belts on the New Day. And at 4 hours and 5 minutes chat, I'm going to call it. Yeah, on the pre-show they did talk about they did bring up Michael Cole threw in Big E's face that how the New Day screwed him, and the crowd started chanting "New Day sucks." So maybe Big E does cost them the titles versus the War Raiders. That'd be something. Anything to get Big E involved, man. I just hate seeing him at the desk. I just feel like it's like he's got like a ball and chain under the desk attached to his ankle, right? And like he can't leave. I just watching him sit at the desk because you know why he's there. It makes it just feel like he's forced to be there. I know that they want to get him on TV and they're just giving him any kind of role that they can. And so I'm sure he's thankful for that, but it's like I just feel so bad for the guy, It's like I just want him to be involved in some way, shape, or form in Mania, and this would be cool. That would be a cool prediction to come true. So if that happened, I would not be opposed to it whatsoever. But all right, this time for real, I'm out, fam. I hope y'all enjoy WrestleMania. If you're going to Rob's stream, Otis's stream, if Raging Girl Gamer is streaming, shout out to all of them. And thank you guys for showing up. Please, if you haven't done so, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. I haven't had a new subscriber since before my last live, and every day I was getting new subscribers, at least one or two, up until that point. So I've hit a wall, and I need some support. So if you would do me that solid, I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be talking to y'all probably tomorrow. I'll go live for a review, maybe of day one, and do the predictions of night two. There won't be any NXT on, so I'll do it sometime probably tomorrow around 11 a.m. Pacific time, my time. So 1 p.m. Mountain time, or 1 p.m. Central time, 2 p.m. Eastern. So be on the lookout for that. Uh, have a blast watching WrestleMania, y'all. I sure as shit as I'm gonna try. So, um, the outcomes for me regarding storylines aren't so important during WrestleMania, so I'm not gonna probably be mad depending unless an outcome is really hokey. I'll be okay with pretty much how I have faith that this WrestleMania is gonna be sick. So, yeet. You guys have a great WrestleMania, and I'll be talking to y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Love you guys.